Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. Can you hear me? Are we live? You alive? He hates us. You gonna mend us? Wait, can you guys hear me? Is this working? Wait. It's been 2 weeks. I need to make sure this is actually still functioning. Loud and clear? Hey, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream. Apologies for the late notice. But, yeah, no, I'm really excited about this one. I don't think a lot of you may have guessed that we would be able to do this, but I'm like I said, I'm very excited to be able to speak to the mind behind the addiction I've now developed. Perfect card. That's why I chose it, yes. Test, we alive? We can hear you, I'm joking. Don't do that to me, Mercurius. It's been 2 weeks. Oh, thank you for the gift of membership, by the way. And congratulations to Johnny Mad on getting sniped. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm getting a call from Akiko. Hello?
Hello?
Hello! Wait, let me just make sure. Can you guys hear Akiko?
Oh.
Can you... Wait. Type 1 in the chat if you can hear Akiko. We hear her? Okay, excellent. All right, that's everything's working. No scuff as of yet. All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream.
Sorry, I saw your message and I was like in the middle of still eating dinner and I was trying to rush because I was.
Oh no. That's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. Barely, not even 5 minutes late. It's perfectly fine.
Okay.
But yeah. For everyone in chat, would you like to give just a quick introduction about yourself and about Oshi Push?
The real answer is no, but I can. Hi everybody. My name is Akiko Otaku. I am the YouTuber mascot for Japanime Games, which is a tabletop company that specializes in Japanese and anime themed play games and tabletop goods. Hello. Ooh. I'm also a bit of a ramen head. If you guys are interested in like what I like ramen and food and being extra derpy.
It's a brilliant little description. So, I'm trying to think about how to best begin this. You've managed to get your hands on two booster boxes of the first set for Oshi Push, if I remember correctly. So, I think 2 days ago now, or was it? 2 days ago, I think.
Just yesterday, actually.
Oh, yesterday. Sorry.
Just yesterday. Yeah.
My time zones are rough when you live in Australia, but yeah. So yesterday, Akiko did a stream where she unboxed the first one, and she's been kind enough to unbox the second one during this stream. So we'll get to show off. It's one thing to... So I know that some people have watched the previous stream that I did on Oshi Push, and it's one thing to see the cards in terms of their like PNG forms, we're just looking at it on the screen, but it's quite another to actually see the cardboard in real life. You know, the beautiful sheen, imagine the smell, etc, etc. So... And
I've tasted them before too.
Well, yeah. Wait, let me switch over to the next screen so I can show it. Alright, so let me just turn on the cam. So this is being streamed from Akiko's end, so she's the one doing the unboxing. And some of you, when you look at the when you look down at the image being shown on the cam, you may notice that that is a Leah Persona card with a little bit of a a little bit of a crack in just below her neck there in the top half of the card. Would you like to give some context as to how that happened?
Well, so I was unpacking the first pack, and everybody was just like, "Ooh, new card smell! Like, what does it smell like? What does it feel like?" And I did all of the testing, and one of the questions was, "What does it taste like?" And so, just put my freaking teeth on it and take a taste, and yeah, I'd say it tastes like cardboard.
As a Leah liker, did this particular cardboard taste just a little bit more special, I suppose, or a little bit more zesty than the average card?
I do believe the ink thoroughly coated my teeth.
Ah.
There was enough ink to coat my teeth, and it felt good, felt ratchet, but yeah, you know.
So, by the way, probably not a good idea to eat the eat the Oshi Push cards for those at home.
Don't eat it.
Yeah.
Don't listen to anybody tell you that it's probably got a lot of fiber for you. This isn't the kind of fiber you need for your diet.
Amen. But yeah, I'm very excited to be able to watch the unboxing. So, actually, I've been thinking about how to do this. Would you prefer if we just opened a few packs first, got to show off what the product actually looks like? Because I was watching the VOD from the stream yesterday, and the prints are absolutely beautiful, like in the flesh, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's do that.
Telling me you were spoiling yourself. You were already looking at cards.
Okay, yeah.
You know.
I just had to know what the new... Okay, so for context, there are cards that are set for release in Set 1 that have not been added to the online spoilers or online card gallery as of yet. And so I'm raring to see what those cards are, just so I can work them into the decks that I've been playing. Because I've been getting absolutely thrashed by Morlington on like a weekly basis. And I need to...
He said that.
Yeah.
He did. He said that. And I'm just like, but wait, Armchair's made like 3 different Tenma builds. Like, how is that possible? I thought you're like cranking out the different deck builds. And then he's telling me, oh yeah, he's undefeated. I was like, what?
Having deck builds is one thing, but Morlington is hands down the better pilot compared between the two of us. So... Yeah, so that's what the booster packs look like. Are all of these foil, by the way?
The wrappers?
Yeah. Oh no, the cards. Sorry.
Oh no. So I believe it's like you get Pawn, Supa, and then the Owl. The Owl is like the rare tier, and those ones have foil. Anything Owl and above will have foil.
Ah, okay. I see.
Probably just broke everybody that had OCD. And
oh, no. That's fine. That's fine. Skill issue.
But yeah, I'm just doing like a thorough shuffling here.
The buy test is good for testing card strength.
It's a solid card. It really is. Like I compare by like ripping over like other cards, but I feel like that would be disrespectful to other TCGs to just start ripping them to shreds.
Fair enough.
You know, pulls out like a really rare Charizard card and starts eating it.
Yeah, if you did, I mean, I would imagine if you're like making a TCG and you went on stream, you started ripping other TCGs on cam, then it would probably be a bit more of a statement than you intend.
It would. It would. How do you want me to unpack these? Like, do you want me to just like throw them down? Do you want me to like bring it up to the camera and then do swipies?
I think up to the camera, because otherwise I'm not sure if it would be as easy to see, but yeah. Oh, updated model stream. The art on these cards are so crisp.
They're very, very nice. we work with a couple of different studios, and then for the backgrounds, we actually work with Magpie Feather, who commonly does a lot of VTuber backgrounds already. Um, so you know, it's kind of funny trying to ask him like, hey, can you make a bunch of ghosties in the background and like try to explain to them what kind of backgrounds we need for the TCG, but they did a really good job. Have you seen this one? Have you seen Puzzle Handcam?
I've only ever seen the experimental art with it, the sketches for this. So actually seeing this fully colored and textured is beautiful.
It's so crisp, yeah.
People who watched the previous stream that I did on Oshi Push will know this, but initially when I saw Puzzle Handcam, I thought I kind of wrote it off as this kind of very underpowered card. So basically, for those who, if you want a rundown of the basic mechanics of Oshi Push, I recommend going to check out my previous stream. But yeah, no, initially I thought 2 bits for 2 influence was kind of bad, and then I realized that the whole, if it gets deleted, it gets returned to your hand instead, makes it really, really good for any strategy that revolves around having a big hand at all times. So it's kind of crazy how much the game is like opened up the more I've been playing it.
Puzzle and for you, Chairman. Like, the different things.
Yeah.
That like develop from playing it more. So you have Uraka. There's the Mama cameo. It's kind of funny, but like in the beta decks, so the Mama cameo is actually a draft version, but it's so hard to tell that, like, because their draft is super crisp, right? Let me see if I can find the Mama cameo.
So when you say it was a draft, do you mean like the art that was on the first version of the card?
Yeah, the art is the draft version of the art, but it looks super crisp that I don't think a lot of people can tell. Let's see. Blue Bear Blue Deck.
Oh, if you're curious to see someone actually pilot like an Uruka deck, I highly recommend going to check out the last stream that I did with Morlington, where he absolutely thrashed me using one. Morlington's been like, he has pushed all of the decks and archetypes that he has chosen to lock into, I think, to their utmost optimization, I think. Yeah.
So you can see right here, so on the left is the beta deck version, so the unfinished version. Yeah, so like it looks finished in this version.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell if you didn't show me the newer one side by side. Yeah.
Well, when we got the draft in, we're like, holy frick, that looks finished. But then they finished it, and we're like, oh my god, it looks so good. I found also so the draft of the puzzle Handcam. Look at the difference.
Holy. Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Artist cooked hard.
It's
really cool.
Sorry?
It's really cool seeing like the difference, like before and after.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so, because I mean, as you're like making the game and actually like going through each of the cards, I imagine like taking it from like the ideation phase over to the drafting phase, and then finally seeing the finished product is like I would imagine that's a very fulfilling like arc to go on as the person who like was behind this, I suppose.
Yeah. One of the things that I didn't think would make a difference at first was when we were putting the cards together, like, oh, we put the art in, we put the name in and everything, and we wanted to have flavor text. And I didn't think it would make any difference. I'm like, oh, flavor text. Nobody really reads the flavor text of cards on TCGs. But then, like, for some of these, after adding the flavor text, it's like, it just it feels like it brings a whole new personality. So like the mama cameo where it's just like, I could find you a new daddy right now. It just feels so different, and it gave the card so much personality, adding the flavor text in. They were like, oh my god, oh no, this card hits different now.
Yeah, some of the quotes that you've chosen to use on the cards radiate such intense aura, and I have to ask. So, when it comes to actually putting I suppose the ideas together in order to actually create this game in the first place, how did the idea for Oshi Push first like come to you?
Like from 0.0.
Yeah.
So in like my previous cafe, I did work for a TCG, a very small TCG, independent, and so that was also kind of fresh on my brain. And obviously I've done VTubing before, and I was already kind of a fan of Eric, who's the owner of Japanime Games, and I reached out to him and was like, hey, this would be kind of a cool idea, right? And then he's just like, sure. And I'm like, yeah, cool. And within the same month, I was also into Inscription, and I'm just like, it could be something like this, and it could be themed around VTubers and streaming and similar to all of that. And it just kind of kept developing from there, from like the very, very early stages. My early pitch decks were super rough, and the way that I had designed the cards were completely different. Because there was like no mechanic yet, but I had certain ideas. Like I wanted there to be streaming categories on there, and there was like the cost and like their power of some description, right? And so there was some vagueness ideas based off of my experience of playing maybe like a whopping 2 TCGs in my entire life, but it is still pretty rough. It was kind of a growing process.
So when you say that this was around the same time that you were getting into Inscription, right? So did that end up, I suppose, shaping the initial pitch or your initial idea of what Oshi Push might look like as well?
Kind of. So I had recently played Inscription, and in the very early versions of the game, we still had like, you play your Oshi, right? And then your Oshi can be upgraded with, I don't have a upgrade, but you can upgrade it with like an alternate model. But in order to upgrade that, you kind of the cost wasn't bits back then. The cost was lurkers. And so back then, kind of like an Inscription where you had the squirrels, the lurkers were the squirrels, and it was supposed to be symbolic of like how every streamer has a core foundation of lurkers that helps them grow and develop, and that we kind of wanted to pay homage to the lurkers out there in the world, and let them know that we acknowledge them and that they are a valid contribution to like all the streamers. But also, when I think about it now, it's a little bit morbid, because in order to upgrade your persona, you had to basically sacrifice your lurkers. In the early versions.
We almost had we almost had like an Oshi battler thing where you would like kill your lurkers in order to upgrade.
It was very morbid in the earlier versions. Thinking about it now, it's kind of, I don't know. It's like secret rituals. It's kind of like what's that game with the sheep? The freaking Cult of the Lamb. It would have been like Cult of the Lamb levels kind of TCG with VTubers, dead lurkers. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been such a different game, I imagine. When it comes to so when you were pitching this, right? Because I would say prior to last year, the idea, well, I suppose the concept of TCGs and VTubers did not really have that much crossover. like I think there was one like Vi Schwartz like collab with Hollow. But like aside from that, for the most part, there isn't a lot of overlap. There wasn't a lot of overlap between the two industries. So
So in my research early on, sorry to cut you off.
no
In
problem,
my
no
research
problem.
early on, Hololive and Way Schwartz was a thing at the time, and so that was like one spark of the inspiration, and that was something that I wanted to make an additional outlet for, where I knew that it would be a lot easier for Hololive to have a collaboration and be in a TCG with White Shorts or any other big name. And upon doing further research, I actually did find out that Niji Sanji is part of a TCG. I forgot what it was called. It's like it had an anime as well, but like Niji Sanji and Hololive, they both had some sort of TCG collaboration. And being a part of the VTuber community, I knew that there was a lot more than just those two corpos. There's a lot more VTubers out there. There's loads more. And the thought had crossed my mind that smaller VTubers or independent VTubers might not get the same representation as those in corporations, right? So I kind of wanted to create a platform where they can be accepted and be in a TCG comparable to like Way Schwartz or the other one that Niji's in. I wanted to kind of create a home for them as well, both like corpos and indies alike.
Oh. So what pushed you in that direction of coming up with that idea of using a TCG as a medium to, I suppose, almost, well, both figuratively and literally platform more VTubers, I suppose?
So the concept was pretty early on. There's actually a memory that stands out in my brain about 2 years ago, which is a little bit after already like starting development work on the game, but something that I really wanted to do with our game is create a new discovery platform, because one example is like 2 years ago at Offkai, I met somebody who had an Oshi, who wasn't corpo, who wasn't super duper big, but still meant something to them very, very strongly. And to the point where they were like telling me about their Oshi. They told me that they bought like 100 badges of the same exact design of their Oshi, and were like handing out merch for their Oshi, telling me all the different memories and things and why they're cool, right? And their affection and admiration for like why their Oshi was like so great and important was really, really beautiful. And like it didn't matter that VTuber was like not super big and not part of a corpo. It didn't matter to them because what mattered was that they were important to them. And I know that sometimes there's kind of like a power struggle between like, oh, big VTubers and people vying to be like big VTubers and whatnot. And I wanted to create like a platform where all VTubers, regardless of size, could compete like on an equal playing field. So you could have like a Pippa going up against can I use you as an example? Like
Sure.
like as an armchair versus a Pippa, it didn't matter. And like it kind of, what mattered was like how you played the game, how the deck was built, but it didn't, just because like Pippa might be like larger than you or something, it didn't make Pippa more powerful than you, right? I didn't want the game to be based off of the VTuber size and that makes them more powerful or that makes them more rare. What I wanted was a game where players can represent their Oshi and they have cards that kind of depict like why they love their Oshi. So things like, oh, we love Leah and Leah's mom, so like this is a card that represents her. Um, Kind of like when you share clips of your favorite VTuber, it's clips like that's how Hololive and everybody else kind of got popular, is sharing clips or translated clips um, to other people, and then they get interested and they look into the VTubers and they're like, hey, this clip was a really good one. Freaking NASA can kind of be a bit of a yandere. If you like yanderes, you should go check her out. She's not completely a yandere, but she can be. She's a little bit creepy sometimes. She has the capacity. But it's things like that where you can play a game and look at it and you're like, hey, this person's playing a NASA deck and like her cards look really cool. I kind of want to see what NASA's all about. Something like that.
It's like a combination between, I suppose, like, well, like you put it, right, like cardboard clips almost, plus being like a kind of like promo piece or like a bit of merch because of the fact that it represents them like in art form as well.
Yeah. So if you have like a favorite moment of a VTuber, it now can be like people clip it. They see a moment, they love it, they clip it. Now it can be immortalized forever in a card.
Oh. Based off of the description that you gave about the initial intent behind, so there are two things that stick out to me about how you describe the main, I suppose, inspiration or the main idea that you had when you, I suppose, fleshed out this more. I'm trying to find the right word, but I suppose this more, and this is going to sound a little cringe, so I apologize, but this more soulful idea of what Oshi Push could be as a thing, rather than just being like a TCG or like a product or like whatever. So one of the things that stood out to me was this whole idea of wanting to make a game where each VTuber, each persona, could be, at least in theory, on equal standing. Like, it's irregardless of how big they were in real life or whatever, they would all be, on a level playing field when you actually put them down on the playmat. And the other thing was the fact that a lot of the inspiration behind these cards was specific moments, like very clippable things, in jokes, memes, etc., etc. And all of those things are like highly specific. And because of those two factors, I imagine that pitching this would have been a little, I suppose, I can't imagine it being a thing that most companies, especially most companies that aren't that familiar with VTubing, would jump at. Because it kind of sounds like you're asking them to take a bit of a risk on, personas or figures, media figures that are a bit smaller, a bit more niche in terms of their audience size. And also, you are the main material that you're drawing on in order to actually make the content of your game are highly specific things that resonate exponentially more with people already in that creators community rather than people outside of that creators community. So was that at all like a factor that came up when you were pitching this idea to Japanime?
I don't believe so. Because Bossman was already kind of wanting to make a TCG of some kind, but was just trying to find the right theming for it. Originally, he wanted to make a TCG for like artists in the artist alley, because he was kind of connecting it to when he goes to conventions and then you go through the artist alley and there's like hundreds and hundreds of artists, and usually by the end of it he has a pocket full of like artist business cards. And to him, that was kind of like a trading card game, having all of these, like having a ton of like artist business cards and things like that. So that was kind of a concept that he was swirling around in his head for a really long time. And so he kind of, when I pitched this to him and explained to him, like how booming VTubers were, um, he kind of just he changed gears and was just like, this is similar to something he's already wanted to do, and just kind of believed in it and rolled with it, sort of thing.
Oh, so
I did have to do a whole pitch explaining to him what VTubers were, though. I had to do a very thorough explanation of why VTubers are booming in the Western audience, where VTubers are used, the different kinds of VTubers. I did also have to explain to him like the cost of VTubers, and all this other stuff. So yeah, I did have to do like a one-on-one course with him beforehand.
what did that look like?
It was a lot of like explain. Most of it was explaining the costs as well, because like obviously I came to fruition as the mascot, and we had to go through the notion of having me become a VTuber, but it was also explaining things like, oh, what kind of VTuber would you like to be? Like, did you know Netflix has a VTuber? Netflix has a VTuber, but they are only specialized in Japan, and they only do like videos, I think, on their channel. Like they have a Netflix YouTube channel somewhere.
Yeah, this like I think I'm pretty sure almost every brand in Japan has like some sort of virtual mascot at this point, I would assume.
Yeah. So it was basically like explaining different like company mascot VTubers, and also explaining how many VTubers exist and the boom of Hololive and all that stuff.
Oh, so so it was kind of like giving a crash course on, you know, just how, well, I suppose how this industry became like a thing in the West.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Told him about the first gen.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, told him about like the first gen Hololive members and all that stuff.
That's okay. So here is just asked a question in chat that kind of matches up in a pretty funny way, because I'm imagining like, you know, you explaining how VTubing got like really big and really popular in the West, and how like a major impetus behind that was, you know, the rise of Hololive, etc. But how did you? Okay, well, I'm trying to decide between two different questions, but I suppose the first one would be, how did you explain? Because this is something that Hiro asked in chat. How did you explain Faze Connect to Japanime?
So coincidentally, Bossman typically relies on me for a lot of the VTuber news and knowledge and things like that. So usually he kind of just refers to me of like, hey, is this good? And I go, yeah, or nah. But for Faze Connect, luckily, they actually were at a convention that like a convention that we were also showing at, and so like Bossman was there and I was there, and I was perusing the floor and just happened to see their booth, and I knew of Faze Connect already, and I was like, I immediately ran to Bossman. I'm like, hey, there's a group here, a good potential group. We should go talk to them. And he's like, okay, lead the way. And I like dragged him all across the convention floor. And I was just like, hi, is Fishman here? Right? And this was before I knew what Kevin looked like. And he's just like, I am Kevin. I'm like, oh God. I did not know what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. But now I know better. And I'm like, okay, hi, hello. Does the whole Vanna White thing, and like shows my boss, hi, we are Japanime Games, and we would like to make a TCG, VTuber TCG. And then Bossman took it over and made his spiel and whatnot.
That sounds like such a It sounds like such a funny like sequence of events. Oh, so I suppose. Well, I mean, I think this. I suspect that I already know the answer to this question, but who's your Oshi?
So they're not supposed to know, and I say this all the time because I feel like it's awkward to admit who your Oshi is.
Fair enough.
But I love Tenma. And I found Tenma before I knew she was part of Faze Connect. I just kind of ran across her stream doing Lifeline, which is that game where you have to speak to it, and that kind of resonated with me because I was just scrolling Twitch and I saw somebody playing Lifeline and I was like, oh, Lifeline, I know that game. I actually streamed that game like a couple of years back, so I was quite familiar with how frustrating that was. So then I just kind of popped in and I saw Tenma screaming just at the game because it wouldn't listen. And I was just like, wow, this is really charming. I love this woman screaming. I love this woman screaming. And I was just like in love with her. And she's so beautiful. She's like my spirit animal. And, you know, I love her, but I don't know. It's awkward for her to. It's awkward to say that, and now have worked on this, and like I never want to talk to her. I never like I never want to talk to her, and because it's just like I feel like that'd be awkward. I love her.
I think a lot of people. Yeah, no, that's definitely something that I've seen from like the more people I talk to in this space, and the more we talk about things like, oh, who's your Oshi, etc., the more common I realize it is that most people would never want to interact with their Oshi like in real life or in face to face or directly speaking to them or whatever, because the thought is just it just feels intimidating.
I think it would just be more awkward for them, right? Because like, what do you do? What do you do with somebody that like admires you? Like, what do you do with that? It's kind of like having a cute, tiny little creature that just like stares at you with adoring eyes, like having a dog, and maybe you're not allowed to have a dog in the apartment, but this dog loves you, right? What do you do with that? Like,
it's like catching the attention of a stray cat when you're allergic to cat fur, I would imagine.
Exactly. It's exactly like that. So it's like I don't want to interact because I feel like it would just be more so awkward to them to be like, "Oh, what do I do? Oh no. This is like a level of responsibility that I didn't sign up for." You know what I mean? So
that brings to mind. Okay, do you mind if I expose one of the things that we talked about in one of our conversations before this stream?
Yeah, sure.
So, I was talking to Akiko about deck building strategies, and you know how each persona has its own unique set of possible playstyles and strategies associated with it. And you told me that at one of the cons that you recently attended, a Tenma fan walked up to the screen where she was at and told her that her persona was one of the weakest cards in your game. Like,
yeah, she was at a meet and greet, and friggin' somebody walked up to her, did the meet and greet, and then right at the end when he's leaving, he's just like, by the way, played your cards are garbage. And she immediately was like, what? It started screaming and flipping out. It was just like, Oshi Push, you're making my cards garbage. And it was just like, oh no, Tenma, it's not like that. I swear, it's just a skill issue. It's a skill issue on their part. Your cards are great. Your cards are good. They're so good.
Yeah. I mean, especially those who've watched my last stream, they will know this about like how many different strategies you could use with Tenma. But like, to me, hearing someone say, "Oh yeah, no, Tenma's weak in this game," like, what? I can't like. The thought of that is just like it's heresy to me. But I I imagine it would be a very interesting premium Tenma experience to be to have the honor of being yelled at by her in person.
She had that immediate shrill in her voice that she has when she like screams out, right? And it's just like, oh god, this is a true Tenma experience I didn't sign up for. Oh god.
I'd say in a way, I because you are like the mythical like 0.5% of like the mythical female Kampai Nikki, right? So I don't know if you would have gotten that experience if she'd known.
Ooh. I did tell her afterwards. That she's not supposed to know, and that I like her, and she's like, okay, she'll keep that secret. I'm like, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Who's this? The Tenma Ball deck.
Oh,
back then it was probably the second deck, yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, did any of the strategies that I came up with in that stream that I did any of them stand out to you as being, I suppose, actually competitive, or like something that was, I suppose, were any of them surprising or anything like that?
I'm gonna be honest, all of them sounded very cruel.
Oh. Okay.
All of them sounded very cruel. Also, keep in mind, when I was notified of your streams, was when I was very sick. So I saw how long they were. So I played them while laying in bed. So I was like laying in bed, just kind of listening to them, and I was just like, oh no.
I have to ask, like, given the fact that you said that, when you play TCGs, right? What kind of playstyle do you tend to gravitate towards? Because I know that both myself and Morlington are like very open sadists when we play TCGs.
Okay. This tends to be controversial.
Okay.
I kind of like milling decks.
Oh, okay.
I kind of like milling decks. So I do have like a magic deck that I think is a blue and black.
Wait, you're also a Demir player? There's no way.
I did Magic for like a month before the pandemic, and then the pandemic happened and you couldn't play with people. So then I just never got back into it. So I have a milling deck, and then I don't play it. So
fair enough.
If anybody wants to play Magic, just know I'm a milling deck, and I probably need to be reminded about how to play Magic.
This is so funny. This is a collab between a control player and a mill player. Oh no. We actually represent like the most hated archetypes and playstyles in almost every TCG. Oh.
I didn't know how hated it was until I kept telling people that I play a milling deck, and the immediate response I'd always get is exactly what just happened in your chat. They would always just respond with, "Oh no, oh no," and I'm like, "What's wrong?" Because I think that's interesting, right? Because it's like different than just like, "Oh, I battle and I kill your HP down to 0." Like for me, a battling game where you battle sounds boring to me for some reason. But where I deplete your deck, that's interesting. That's a different goal. Let's go for that. That's kind of how my brain works. But then apparently it's really hated, and I don't mean to make people hate me. I wanted to do something interesting.
I think the thing about mill is, well, I mean, because it's an alternate win con, it's like meeting a person who always insists on like not using doors to go in and out of places, but always insists on like jumping through a window or something.
I would do that.
Yeah, perfect description, right? But yeah, no, on top of that, I imagine that milling is also like extra psychic damage, because unlike, I suppose, one of the things that I've realized about both control and mill is both of them are extremely demoralizing to play against, because every single time you lose a card to either of those two decks, you can see what the card you're losing is, and you get that immediate like FOMO reaction of, oh, I could have played this, but now because of my opponent, I'm not allowed to anymore. It's like being stuck in
Getting
baby
hit.
jail permanently.
Emotional damage.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
wanted to talk about this card really quickly.
Oh, yeah,
So
sure.
this is the background dogs barking. And so the current flavor text was one that I wasn't sure I could include. So I had to adjust it a little bit. The full flavor text was a bit longer and I had to shorten it down. But also originally there was a clip of Tenma screaming about dogs barking. But then when I was trying to source the flavor text for it, I couldn't find the clip anymore. So if anybody knows the clip of Tenma like screaming about background dog noises, please let me know. So instead, I used the flavor text of when somebody was saying that their dog died and it was around the Christmas time. And she's just like, I hope you buried it under the Christmas tree. So there's the context for you.
That
if you
quote
have-
seems so menacing in the context of the art that you've chosen for the card.
Yeah. I couldn't find the original quote for the background dogs barking clip, so you get the Christmas tree quote instead. So
Oh. The other thing I have to ask as well is, what made you pick Faze Connect in terms of like making that the cornerstone, the partner behind your the launch of this game? Oh, that's beautiful. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah. This is something that we didn't show at all during the Kickstarter or anything, is that we do have VTuber specific platforms, and so we have one for Iori right here.
I cannot wait to start playing with these.
And then first date.
I won't lie. Between First Day and Encore Performance, they're like, I'm having a hard time picking a favorite card between the two, but those two have rapidly become, hands down, my favorite cards out of the entirety of the roster so far.
To play?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, that's good. So what was your question again?
Oh yeah, why? What made you pick Faze Connect?
So we spoke to a lot of potentials early on, when, like, so 4 years ago when we started working on this, we emailed a ton of potentials. Okay, thousands of them, thousands of emails went out, and our biggest issue was that we're not so vastly known in the VTuber space. So some odd years later, when I finally caught up with certain VTubers that we did reach out to before, or groups, it was kind of funny. They actually told us, like, oh, I do recall seeing that email. I thought it was a scam, like, because they never heard of us before, right?
Sorry to interrupt, but that's like almost poetic in terms of how well that lines up with how Faze Connect came to be as an agency.
Yeah, I remember there's also the same thing. Uruka thought they were a scam, and it was just like, we don't know how to construct the emails. I know my handler wrote the initial email to be super duper long. I think her original email was like 3 paragraphs long, because she felt like she needed to fully explain the company and the project and things like that, and like be as detailed as possible, because this is a new venture that we're trying to get people in on. And apparently the length of the email just shouted scam to people, because they're like, I don't know what this is, what is this? And so we didn't really get a lot of responses back. We wrote thousands and thousands of emails, and I think it was just coincidentally that it helped that we also met Faze Connect in person, at that one convention. And so they were kind of like, of everybody that we reached out to, they were the first ones to put faith in us, and was just, they were like, yeah, we'll go. Like, they went all in, they put faith in us, and believed in the project, and they wanted to give it a shot. So it just kind of worked out that way. TLDR. Oh, it's a scam.
Oh, that's so. When Faze Connect did end up sort of locking things in with you guys, did you have to give like a sort of, or I suppose, what was the, if you can say, like what's the sales pitch that you guys gave to Faze Connect actually look like?
So we gave him the original early on pitch that I had made for the TCG, and it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. My early pitch, like, obviously because we didn't have R or anything, we sourced images from online, and I did happen to use that. For anybody that knows, there's that one cursed Pippa image where she's like a rabbit, but she has the most cursed face ever. I turned that into a card, as well as like I just took a screenshot of the free spit stream and turned that into a card. Mock-up cards, right? Early pitch. And I was just like, we will make clippable moments of iconic things that is specific to their content, and meanwhile shows this really cursed Pippa rabbit image and the free spit thing. It was just like, this will be great. Originally, like Faze Connect didn't really give us any pushback at all. They were like, yeah, looks good. The only thing was, originally they were asking if it could just be a Faze Connect specific game, right? If we could just dedicate solely to Faze Connect. But like, I was really adamant of like, I wanted to make it accessible for everybody. So we were like, no, it'll be better this way, so that way, like, your deck can be played with other people's decks, and it continues like the growth of the project.
You get the cross-pollination between different fan bases and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
If they do want to do a board game, though, like, we're all for that.
So people in chat are bringing up the fact that, so are you able to say like around which year this was?
When Faze Connect joined?
Yeah.
I think it was towards the end of the first year. I think it was.
Oh, jeez, that's ages ago.
Yeah, towards the end of the first year, starting up the second year. So it's been in the works for a while. It feels like.
That's just really put it in perspective, just for me. Sorry, just how, I suppose, how far the project has come time-wise.
Yeah, it I think one of the biggest things that took the longest was contracts, actually. I thought contracts would be a lot faster, but then again, I'm dumb, and so like they actually did speak back and forth for a couple months before we got something finalized, and that was like, oh, okay. And I don't know, I just thought like when you do contracts, you're like, hey, looks good, and that's it. But it was a lot of like like writing it up, and doing revisions and looking it over, and then like sending it back and forth. And then it's just like, at one point we sent a draft over, and Kevin was just like, looks good. And then it would take a while for us to finalize it and revise it. And then there'd be some emails where I had to remind Boss Man, I'm like, hey, have you finished the contract yet? And he's just like, oh no, sorry, I didn't have time to do it on the last airplane trip. let me do it on this next airplane trip, because he was writing it on like the airplane, and I was just like, oh, okay, just reminding you that we're still waiting on finalizing the contract. And it's like, okay.
Given the amount of time that it took to actually lock in everything, especially contract-wise, versus actually, well, but all of that stuff that you have to do behind the scenes before even starting to really, I suppose, flesh out the game proper, I could imagine that, especially since that was like 4 years ago, I could imagine that it might have been like kind of nerve-wracking to partner up with a VTuber company, given what has happened over like the past 2 years or so, and I suppose the death rate, for want of a better way of describing it, of VTuber companies.
It was kind of scary, because I think when we partnered with Faze Connect, it was right around the time, give or take maybe like either 2 to 4 months, where CyberLife died, and some of their other comparable competitors, like of the same size, basically disbanded. And so like it was kind of like I think it was every other month or every third month or something, I'd submit reports to the higher ups of like, hey, just this is what happened in the VTuber sphere, and this group disbanded, or this group doesn't exist anymore. And boss man would be like, should we be worried? I'm like, no, we're still solid, don't worry about it. And we've actually had certain issues internally as well. So like as you may or may not know, we do have like 4 sets planned out, right? And we've actually had some VTubers in future rosters that actually have ended up graduating on us. And so that causes some complications, because it's like, oh, okay, well, that's a thing. Thankfully, like some of them, like we hadn't started development and things like that for them. But it's kind of scary when you have somebody drop out like at the last minute or something like that. And so that's why a lot of the times we really do try our best to look for partners who have done it for a while, so that we know that they're committed and are in it for the long haul, because development time takes a really, really long time. We want to make sure that they exist by the time the game comes out. So that's one of the things that we actually get asked quite frequently in terms of like our scouting processes. We try to look for if they've streamed for at least 2 years. I feel like in the VTuber space, after 2 years, it's kind of like that's when you've gone over a certain hurdle of consistency. And that's something that we try to look for. But even then, even with like 2 years under your belt, sometimes it's still scary, and people, like, things can still change and graduations can still happen.
This is actually something that was asked earlier on in the chat, but do you guys have a contingency plan for either if someone who you were already making a card for ends up graduating, or if they get into some sort of like major controversy or something?
The honest answer is not particularly. We always talk about it every time I bring up if somebody has graduated or if things are shifting in the VTuber space. We always talk about it, but it's one of those things where we're kind of unsure what the counteractive would be to that yet. Because obviously we have contracts with them, but if they're no longer like streaming or of the IP, what can we do? What can we do about it? And if they're in, let's say, some drama happens, those are things that is kind of really difficult to predict. And I think a lot of things have just been really lucky is the best way for me to say it, because there was actually, for one set, we were actually about to sign a group, right? I won't say what group, but like we were about to sign a group, and actually this happened twice. There's like two different groups that we were about to sign, and literally a week later we find out that they disbanded, or we find out that there's some bad blood and then they are no longer together. And so it's just like really, really weird how that happens, where it's just like, oh, well, we didn't sign them yet, and now they're gone. Okay, that's a thing that happens. So I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like we just, I don't know. In my head, I still feel like if if um if a VTuber graduates, part of me wants to get to a point where the game can still honor graduated VTubers, but in the early stages, it's a little bit more difficult because we're still trying to get our groundings.
Yeah.
But like, I do think there should be a space to pay homage to graduated VTubers, even though they're no longer streaming. They were still an Oshi to somebody, you know. But it's something that we would need to figure out later on, when we're bigger.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So when it comes to, so I've noted in the previous stream that I did on Oshi Push that the underlying theme of sort of honoring your Oshi, building them up by, you know, establishing content on platforms, dominating said platforms, is something that's a really, really strong thematic through line that goes throughout the entirety of the game. So when it comes to that, how did that idea sort of, I guess, develop with the game in the early stages?
So early on, I think one of the things that also took some time in our development process was trying to select a game designer, because we actually had two different game designers that we were debating between. I don't remember entirely who the other option was, but basically we were trying to decide between two people, Justin Gary and someone else, and both had experience with like designing magic cards, right? Both had very, very much ample experience under their belt with working with TCGs, and that took quite a bit of time. And when we finally signed on with Justin Gary, which also the contract took a really long time to do, we basically had a meeting, and I showed them my early pitch idea of what I imagined the TCG would be. And obviously my early pitches were of a battler, and my boss man, having come from the tabletop space, one of the big important things to him, for any game, was theming. Anytime you pitch a game to him, he always asks, what's the theme? What's the story? It didn't matter like what kind of thing you were trying to pitch or certain mechanics. The important thing is, how does this kind of replicate the theme? And so he had asked me, like, do VTubers fight each other? Does that make sense? And I'm like, no, not really. They can if they're in VR, maybe, if they want to do that. But also I tried to like rationalize, like, oh, VTubers can be competitive. They compete in video games all the time and things like that, but that wasn't good enough for him. And I'm kind of grateful that he was just like, needs to be closer to theming, right? Because when we had the meeting with the game designers and I showed them my pitch, they essentially kind of like they understood the pitch and then threw it out the window and then asked me to explain VTubing, and the spirit of VTubing and what makes VTubing special. And so I explained to them like the VTuber streaming, the community, what it means to be an Oshi, and why we should like resonate with the community members. And when you have an Oshi, like a lot of it was explaining what an Oshi was, right? And that when you have an Oshi, the exact definition of having an Oshi is somebody that you want to support or push forward and things like that. And that they have like different platforms that they stream on, and like, you know, they're trying to get subscribers and things like that. And the game designers were like, okay. They took all of that, and I think it took them maybe a week, and we came back for another meeting, and they basically took everything that I explained about VTubing and made this like platform version of the TCG. And I took one look at that and I was like, that's it. Yes, that is so it. Like, I'm like,
Sounds
you
like a
nailed
real
it.
meeting of the, you know, the heart and the
Yeah.
mind, I suppose.
Yeah. Just I wasn't when we came out of that first meeting, I really wasn't sure what they would come up with based off of me just spleeging about VTubing and stuff for like 30-45 minutes, right? Because I wasn't talking about trading card games or mechanics that entire time. I was just kind of spleeging about VTubing. So I really wasn't sure like what in the world can they come up with just by me yapping about what it means to be a VTuber or what it means to have an Oshi. Like I wasn't sure, but Justin and his team really cooked with it, and I'm really glad that they did.
I will say, and this is my personal opinion, but out of the VTuber TCGs that I've played thus far, Oshi Push has been the one that has the clearest ties mechanically to the idea of being a content creator. And you describing that whole process of the complementary role between you explaining what VTubing is and them coming up with a way of trying to manifest that in the form of mechanics, playstyles, etc. It makes a lot of sense as to why you just had to have both of those components in order to get what Oshi Push is now and today. So it's something that I very much appreciate as a player of the game when I'm playing it. It's one of the things that grabbed me beyond just, oh, funny, haha, Faze Connect TCG. Because, once I actually started playing the game, it was this whole idea of, oh, shit, this is actually like really well like thought out in terms of how actually playing it is supposed to match up against the ideas present behind this design. Actually, in terms of the design process, when it comes to designing individual cards, so I suppose there are two things that I wanted to ask about. So the first thing is, when you describe Oshi Push as sort of cardboard clips, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you decide what moments or like memes or bits or whatever from a talent stream should be made into a card? Like, what does that process look like?
It's a lot of research. It's a lot of kind of delving into the clips. So clippers out there, like, you are so valid. You guys are so much the backbone of VTubing as well as this game. Like, you guys are so valid. But like for a lot of these, I was explaining this to somebody recently, and they're like, oh, that's a lot of work. And it's just like, yeah, but it basically they have to end up being my Oshi as well, right? I have to dive in to each VTuber, each talent, look into their clips, see what the community likes about them, and just kind of like, I don't know, delve right into it, get to know the community, and just kind of ask around. I'm fortunate that like I know people that love a lot of the Faze Connect talents already. So like there are some questions where I can ask like, hey, I keep seeing this come up in clips or in context in relation to them. Give me more context, and they'll like rant on about it forever. There are other times where it's just like I I fully really have to jump into the rabbit hole and just like try to find clips, and if there's like a specific clip that I can't find, I'll go into the streams and I'll watch all of that. So there's a lot of brain cells that I have lost in the process of doing this, right? There are certain things that has happened where like I think I'll go on a binge of watching Leah's clips and then all of a sudden stumble onto the clip where she explains Earth years. And then I feel myself slowly dying on the inside and wondering, wait, what is going on? Wait, no, oh no. And then I wonder if I came out on the other end all right, or if I've lost some brain cells. So it's things like that where I think it's just kind of the way I am, where I actually tend to be a fan of communities, if that makes sense. So non-related to VTubers, but also somewhat adjacent,
Yeah.
is when Undertale came out, the community was really, really active with Undertale, right?
Yeah.
And I never personally got into Undertale. I acknowledge that it's really good, but it's conceptually too scary for me to download onto my game or onto my computer. I never want it on my computer, right? But the communities that came out of Undertale and just like how in love they were with it, and like the different universes that they spawned out of it, and just how passionate they felt, I actually felt so much admiration for the community. So I was like in a weird position where like I wasn't a fan of Undertale, but I was a fan of the communities that developed from Undertale. And so it's kind of like the same thing here, where even if I might not avidly watch a bunch of the VTubers or these VTubers, I get right into it and I try to understand why the community loves them, and then I end up falling in love with the community because of like how much they have passion for these VTubers. And I'm like, man, you all are so beautiful. Like, damn. It's real, you know?
I suppose it makes quite a bit of sense if you want to pick out memes that would stand out as a representation of and or gate on ramp into a community and a fan base, by looking at what moments or what jokes or things each VTuber does that their community ends up clipping and like memorializing, for want of a better way of putting it, before spreading that out onto like YouTube, etc. So
yeah, finding what the community likes, I think, is really important, because in a way, making a lot of the references and cards and things like that to like community memes or community favorite moments, I feel like is also in a sense making the community feel heard. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's like it's more than just like, hey, here's a product that has your Oshi on it, go and buy it. It's like, hey, you remember that good moment we laughed about before? Here it is again. And like, we know that you like this moment and it was a great moment, and now it's a moment that you could totally share with other people, and things like that.
Yeah. And I was also going to say that one of the things about this approach towards picking moments, picking jokes, or picking moments or picking jokes to turn into cards, that sticks out to me as well, is how, in the case that they actually end up piquing somebody's interest and driving them to go and seek out this VTuber, the benefit of that as well to me is in terms of the sort of the ecosystem, the content ecosystem that develops around each individual creator, is that it also drives them towards watching certain clips. One of the things that has been the most one of the biggest boons to my YouTube whole.
New card. Hold on.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
I want Leah to find this card.
Double the printed influence
Let me.
on one wait, double? That's crazy. What? Rather
I want Leah to find this card eventually. We made her a brother. I hope she approves. We made her a brother. I hope she approves.
Oh, because yeah, no, the Faze Connect talents haven't unboxed the second new card.
It's another new card.
Okay.
Well.
Oh wait, you put. No way. What? Banhammer, delete all non-Zatsuna. What? Wait, that's crazy. Wait, how much? 8 bits? That's a lot, but... Oh. Wait. Sorry, if you're allowed to spoiler this, but do you have more, like, I suppose, like, specific genre hate cards that you've printed besides Banhammer?
I don't know.
Okay. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for the racist deck archetypes that just that just print like built around like just being purely catered to one content genre and hating on all the others.
Is that what's gonna happen? Do you think? Are people gonna look at each other and be like, "Ew, you're a Zatsudon player"?
Probably.
Player?
I am after seeing that card. Once that gets added to the tabletop mod, I am absolutely making racist Zatsudon a thing.
Oh no, you're Zatsudon. What color? What color is Zatsudon? Yeah. Oh, I'm a red. You're a purple.
That seems like such a strong effect, but also such a niche effect. Because in the mirror match, that would be miserable.
Ooh.
Oh, I need to like I keep needing to make a mental note to save the looping about card strategies for after the stream. But yeah. Sorry, what was I saying beforehand?
I don't know. We got so excited.
I got flashbanged by the possibilities of the new cards. Hold on. Let me scroll back through chat in terms of what they were referring to. Oh yeah, no. One of the best boons, I suppose, to my YouTube recommended in the aftermath of Faze Quest debuting was a whole influx of new clippers that cropped up on the scene, and their stuff has been just I mean, I will always be a clip advocate, because that was my on-ramp to starting to watch some of the Faze Talent streams. But there are some. Sorry, this is like a bit of a rant from me about how YouTube handles things, but there are so many talented clippers, like clippers who have such an excellent eye for picking out moments from streams, who are absolute masters of the editing software, whose channels are utterly throttled because of how YouTube's algorithm is made. I know one clipper who wasn't clipping Quest, but who started clipping Punko, VTuber Research Institute. His channel is like his content, like very much the kind of editing that speaks to a massive amount of experience, right? His eye for transitions, when to zoom, subtitles, all those little details in terms of what makes it smooth to watch, absolutely practiced perfectly. But the thing is, I looked through his channel because of the fact that the views that the clips were getting was not at all proportional to the amount of quality in those clips. And it turns out that he had pivoted content from, I think, clipping Niji Sanji, then clipping a bit of Hollow Advent, and then clipping Faze. And because of those content pivots, YouTube just throttled his channel's reach. And it's just I feel like it's such a travesty that so many of these clippers, they can have a pivot in terms of content. The quality doesn't drop at all, but then for some reason, YouTube just decides to murder the channel's reach. And it's just things like Oshi Push that I suppose give a new on ramp, not just to the talents, but also to highlight specific moments and stuff that that can direct attention towards clips as well. It's something that I appreciate a lot about it, because I mean, I myself have a bit of a sentimental attachment to clipping and clippers because of the fact that was my on ramp into becoming a fan of the VTubers that I watch nowadays.
Yeah, something that I want to do eventually, if once we get there, is now that you've said that, is the platform cards. I do eventually want to pay homage to other creators that support VTubers. So one example that we have is for obviously the early sets and whatnot, we have a lot of just parodies of other platforms. The sketchbook is a parody of Skeb, but one example is in set 1 we actually pay homage to Lord Mollington, right? So,
oh yeah, was that Historical Lion?
Yeah, so we made a Historical Lion platform because we at the time a lot of our research was actually through Lord Mollington's channel, and initially we just did a parody to pay homage to him because we were really grateful for his content. It really helped with a lot of our research, but also we weren't sure about the means of getting a hold of him to ask him for permission. So we do want to circle back again and totally give him a proper homage, give him a proper platform. And there are other platforms that I would love to pay homage to. One example is I'm actually a huge fan of I think I don't know the full name off the top of my head, but it's Moon something, and they do the stop motion figures.
Moonshine? Yeah, Moonshine Animations.
Yeah. I would love to eventually do a Moonshine's platform card for them if we ever cross communications, because I love their work. I love their stop motions. It's so great.
A Moonshine platform would go hard.
It would be amazing. And if they want to submit a picture of their setup or whatever, I'll slap that on a card. I really love the creators and supporters for the VTuber community, and that's partially kind of where I want to spotlight them eventually if I'm able to. But that would be a lot of logistics and a lot of asking hey, is this okay?
Oh yeah, no, the whole contract nightmare all over again, I would imagine.
It is one of those things that I'd love to do eventually. So
oh, I mean, I could, well, at risk of not to be too I suppose sycophantic or whatever, but I could absolutely see Oshi Push getting to that point in future, because again, you guys have at least in my opinion, you guys have you definitely have the mechanical backbone in order to open up that potential longevity. Because I mean,
them for some alt art. Does Moonshine do alt? Somebody said commission them for some alt art. Can we commission them?
Oh, I'm pretty sure Moonshine. I'm not entirely certain if he takes commissions, but It
You
is.
know what would be cool?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No
We're
problem.
actually so obviously with the first set, we're actually thinking that we need to reprint set 1 when we run out of stock, right? And we do have the serialized cards, which means we would need to do new versions of the serialized cards. We've been actually looking for an artist for the reprint serialized. We're still like shopping around trying to figure out, but we wanted to do kind of a series set of like one artist doing the set of 7, like the platform or the upgrades. We wanted a set, so it's kind of like a collection.
Yeah.
As opposed to commissioning like different artists for the different upgrades and personas. Maybe that would be kind of cool to have like a card that has like a tiny figure version of the VTubers. But I don't know.
That would be
Moonshine
really cool. That would
It'd
be
be
really cool.
so cool. But I know he did Pippa, but I don't know if he's done any of the other Origins girls. Has he? I don't know.
Other Origins girls? I'm not certain. I know he's done skits for Rie and Jelly. But I'm trying to think back to he's done.
I know he's done Pippa. He's done Pippa. Yeah. But I don't know about everybody else, and I don't know how time consuming that would be for him to make.
Oh, I would imagine it takes like multiple days, if not weeks, to do all of that. We'll
have to get him for like either a special card, or if we do end up doing like a full set, like a reprint or something. Well, he's done Iori. Oh, we'll have to look into that, but I think that'd be really, really cool.
I'd love to see a Moonshine style, like a Moonshine aesthetic art of some of the talents or cards at some point in the future, if that could potentially happen. Because yeah, I agree, that would be sick.
Also, new card. It's rent free.
Oh, I've been trying to. So I've been talking to Morlington about whether how to build around this card in terms of like what strategies might work. I think it's hard to, because there are so many. Recently, you guys have printed so many other cards that are like high cost, but like I feel are kind of stronger in terms of effect than rent free. Actually, wait, I think. Oh, is this new?
New card. Oh.
Ad break when played. Delete one opposing. Oh, that's another racist Zatsudon card.
You know what's funny, and I don't know if they ever made it, was when I was looking to commission this art, I did ask Faze managers, like, hey, for this card art, we wanted to make Pippa on the toilet. Is it okay to depict Pippa on the toilet? And you know what their response was? Their response was, yeah, that's fine. We're actually looking to do one ourselves. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I don't know if they have their own version of Pippa on the toilet somewhere, but that was their response. They were also looking for a Pippa on the toilet themselves. So I don't know if
Great
you guys
minds
know
think
if
alike,
have,
I suppose.
Yeah. If they also have a Pippa on a toilet. I don't know. Somebody's screaming, what? That's what they responded. We're also looking for something like that too.
I imagine, does that make the conversation more or less awkward?
No, it makes it more cool, because that means it's like a good thumbs up. Immediate thumbs up. We're like, okay, Pippa on a toilet, let's go.
Actually, I wanted to ask, in line with the whole like synergies between different like content genres or like colors, how did you actually come up with how did you actually manage to design each persona in terms of matching up what they're like in terms of their on-screen personality with the respective like play styles, content genre, color, etc.?
So when designing the cards, the process that it usually goes is we make character profiles for each of the talents. We have a profile that explains like their name, their nicknames, community names, what kind of streams they tend to do, as well as some specialized content. And we also include a couple of clips for references, and we try to fill out the profile with as much information as possible. And then we submit it to the dev team. And the dev team has a specific breakdown of the set. Basically trying to balance it out where it's just like they need like two purples, two reds, two greens, and things like that, right? And then they then have like specific genres, at least like one of every genre for whatever. They did give me a breakdown of what they try to balance it out with, but I don't remember off the top of my head. And then based off of the profiles that we give them, they try to match them to these specific guidelines that they have. And then the genre and the guidelines, they actually have different play styles. So like reds tend to be more aggressive, greens tend to be more resource management heavy, and they kind of match it based off of the personality profiles we provide them. And then as they're developing the cards, we meet on a weekly basis to oversee playtesting, see how the cards play, see if there's any issues with the way cards are interacting with each other, and if there's certain talents that are better suited for different play styles. We kind of give advice on that. And then that's kind of the way it goes. Like we try to match them the best that we can to the specific like parameters that the devs try to work within.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Because I was going to say that something I've noticed. Well, I mean, I'll just use the two default, well, the two starting personas as an example, like Pippa and Tenma. But it is funny how Tenma's playstyle, it matches up because of the fact that her playstyles usually revolve around like, you know, drawing cards and synergies that revolve around how many cards you have in your hand, spending cards, making your opponent discard cards, etc., etc. It is kind of funny how mechanically that reflects the theme of, you know, gaining and then losing your mental in order to win the game, which is like pretty funny. And also with Pippa, like you have the sort of you have this almost like the amount of flexibility between being well, very adaptable in terms of her ability to hop between different platforms, especially in the middle of a round, and combined with the sort of I guess the sort of shock factor that has become a part of her brand, I suppose, in terms of how her playstyle revolves around sort of dropping massive content cards out of nowhere, which is it's just really I really like how those two aspects of the on-screen personas have really like come through in the way that they feel to play as well.
Yeah, the dev teams, they really do some special work, because even beyond our profiles, I can tell that they also do like research on their own, and especially when designing the like colors for the game. There were some things that like I briefed them on, and some things that like I didn't brief them on, and the way they interlaced it into the game was really interesting to see. And for like Pippa's and Tenma's, like they made Pippa a glass cannon, and then when they were explaining to me why, it was just like, oh, okay, yeah, they definitely got a feel of what Pippa's all about. And like Tenma's a control deck, And it was just like, oh yeah, okay. So it's really good that like they take the information that we gave them and then also did their own additional research with like some of the resources that we provided them, and we really appreciate that.
Oh, Sipper in chat asked, on a more gameplay side, does each set have a gameplay theme, or is it more aesthetic oriented?
So I'm trying to think how to answer this. I think the answer is yes. And I mean, I say I think because I'm trying to figure out the phrasing of the question in terms of like aesthetic versus gameplay. I will say set 1 is base, right? It's foundational since it's the first set. It's like kind of the groundwork for the game. I will say set 2 does have its own unique mechanic for set 2.
Ooh.
So there is a new is it a subtype? There's a subtype card that gets introduced into set 2. That's unique to set 2. And that's kind of its own thing. That's not going to be in set 3 or anything. It's just for set 2. And then set 3 also has its own unique mechanic as well.
I can see that being something that keeps the game really fresh, and I'm interested to see what the set specific mechanics are going to be.
It was interesting because originally we weren't going to have names for the sets, right? Originally we were just gonna have like Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, and then just like either if it was with a group like Faze Connect or indies, like the sets were just gonna be called indies if we were grouping with indies. But then like after talking about it more, we were like, oh no, we gotta actually give it names. So like for the first one it was Phase Origins because it was a little bit last minute because we did the Gen 1, and by the time we were discussing it we're like, oh, you know, Phase Origins makes sense for the time being. And then for set 2, because it's with a bunch of indies, we're like, oh well, they don't really have a group name. How do we go about it? And it actually had a couple of different versions, like it had a lot of different iterations of names. And originally we were trying to create the name based off of the talent that were signed on. We were trying to make something that kind of connected them all together. But then we did have some issues with it, and it changed a couple of times, and it just never really felt right branding wise. And then when I finally thought about it, I was just like, well, why don't we just name it after the mechanic, the unique mechanic that's in the set? That makes the most sense because it's unique to that set. So after we decided on that, it just kind of felt right. It felt right. And I kind of want to tease you what the title of set 2 is.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like it would be obscure enough that it would just leave you speculating for a long while and it wouldn't really spoil anything. And I'm like the queen of spoiling things, right?
Okay. I'm listening. Yeah.
The set 2 name is called Hidden Links. Do with that what you will.
Hidden Links.
Yeah.
All right, chat. I'm going to discuss this with Morlington later on today. I'm gonna pick his brains to see what that could mean. Hidden Links.
Hidden Links. The only one that would know what that means is Rayless, but that's because Rayless has been really avid supporting the game, that we've actually had him participate in a lot of the early playtesting sessions. So he actually knows what the mechanic is for set 2.
Okay.
so you're not allowed to ask him.
Okay, fair enough. That would be cheating. Ah, hidden links. All right, I'm gonna have to chew on that one after the stream. Do wonder what that would look like. It just might.
We're gonna have to have another interview when set 2 comes out, because then there's gonna be a lot of like inside information about development that I'm gonna have to tell you, and it's gonna be really funny.
Oh, I look forward to that. Actually, I wanted to ask, do you have a favorite persona in the game?
For set 1, 2, or 3, like, or just set 1?
Just set 1, because I think I'm assuming the set 2 might be illegal.
I do have a favorite in set 2, but I'm biased.
Oh.
But I'm biased.
Okay.
But in terms of set 1, I mean, for set 1, I'm also biased too, because I love Tenma, right? Right?
Yeah.
I love Tenma, and there are certain things that like I went ham with, right? One of them is the notorious Horsema.
Oh.
Right. The Horsema is something that like I kind of, so we had the Kickstarter high rarity personas and then the upgrades, and then when we needed to order more for the retail version, I was just like, oh, there's only so many ways we can like ask for really cool art of the talents. So for like the retail version, I kind of went silly with some of the requests, right? I went really silly. So I think there's one example is like for Uruka, I was just like, can we just shove her in a bear onesie? Like, can we do that and make it look cool, right? And then who else? I was like, Iori is like a secret agent. Can we push that further? And then we go to like Tenma, and I just went really silly with it, and I'm like, hey, put her in the horse head. And I was really worried about the request, because if I were to show you the mood board that we gave the artist for that card, I was kind of worried about like they would look at it and be like, what in the world? One, I'm actually surprised that I was able to find there's apparently an anime clip where there's a girl wearing a horse head, and I'm like, wow, okay, that's convenient. There was like a couple of them. I'm like, wow, I didn't realize these things existed. Well, that's going on the mood board. And then just sending that to the artist and being like, here you go, sorry for this really weird request. And then it was a mood board with 2 separate animes that I don't know what they're called. But what was important was they had a little anime girl wearing a horse head, right? And then next to that was just a straight up screenshot of Tenma in that exact stream just flipping the bird. And we're like, can you please do this girl in a horse head like this and flipping the bird? And that was it. That was all they got. And when they gave us the draft, oh my god, they cooked so hard. I was just like, I love it. This is amazing. This is beyond my expectations of horse girl flipping off. And I don't know. I really need to pull that card. I love that card. I have the sample version that I can show.
Okay. Please
community.
do.
Yeah. But I want to pull it for real. Like the sample cards is one thing, but like I want to pull this card for real. Okay. So this is the sample, guys. This is not the real thing. This is the sample. This is the beautiful Horsema card in all its glory. Look at how hard the artist cooked. The artist cooked so hard, from the background, how popping the background is, to the level of detail of this horse face. it's great. It just screams Tenma energy all over the place. And this card actually comes up quite a bit in terms of like internals, like right before production. It kind of came up because the rest of the team they don't really get to see the art that I'm ordering until like I submit it to them. And they took one look at it and they're like, hey, is it okay for her to be flipping the bird on the card? And I was just like, I didn't think anything of it because I'm just so used to watching streamers, you know, when they get a chance to show their hands on stream, they just go and flip the bird, right? That's like the first thing anybody does in VR or hand streams or anything like that. It's just like something liberating about that. I didn't think about that. And they're like, is that okay to do? And so there's a couple of iterations internally where they've tried censoring the bird. And one version is like, they pixelated it, but they did like really fat pixels and it looks so wrong. If you can imagine those hands being pixelated and what that might look like, it looks so wrong. And I'm like, no, can we do black bars? You try sticking black bars on these fingers and that also looks weird. So it's just like, you can't censor this beautiful card. And eventually I had to like call up Boss Man to get a final verdict. And I'm like, hey, censoring this card looks wrong and I think we should have it in all its glory. And he's just like, well, this is one of the rare cards, right? And I'm like, yes, this is one of the rare cards. It's not gonna pop up. It's not gonna be common, you know, it needs to be free of all of its glory. And he's just like, yeah, sure, if it's not super duper common, that should be fine. I'm like, yes. So for anybody that pulls this beautiful card, I better see posts about it. I want to know who pulls this card. I want to know for no reason other than to just be super jealous of you guys.
Now I want to grab like a PNG of that and actually see in Photoshop what it looks like with the fingers censored in the manner that you just described.
It doesn't look right, okay? If you can just imagine like a round fleshy round thing and then long fleshy long thing, okay? Just imagine that. Round fleshy round thing, long fleshy long thing, okay? That's what it looked like. And it was just like, that makes it worse, guys. Please don't censor it like that.
I like how you kind of sort of like chest them into having to release the card without censoring, because the art is it really is just chef's kiss.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Sounds perfect to you. Speaking of pixelization, hold on, is this the Tenma deck? So I actually was speaking to Sakana earlier. And he was like asking about the quality of the cards, and I guess somewhere around the office was like brought a card up to his attention, and he was just like, hey, is the card quality gonna be okay? Somebody was showing this card around and they were worried about pixelization. Do you know what card they were showing him about pixelization and like low quality images?
Was it fuck you?
He showed this and he was just like, hey, is pixelization gonna be an issue with the cards? And I'm just like, I was like, only this card is pixelated. It's crunchy because this was what we were provided. This is actually like Tenma's little drawing that she provided us. This is how she mocked up her card, and we're like, we're going with it. This is what we're going with. It's only this card is crunchy and the community loves it for it. Okay? This is what we were provided and we rolled with it. And I also knew that like my boss man would be like, I knew he would also question the low quality, right? When you have like beautiful art.
Yeah.
When you have
Like,
beautiful
compare
art like
Mama Cam here
this,
to like, yeah.
and then you compare it to like fuck you, and you see that, and it's just like, huh, what is the quality of this card? In order, so like I knew I would have this hurdle to try to like convince Boss Man to be on board with. So when I saw Tenma make the request of like, hey, Oshi Push team, make this my card. Like, I want this card to be real. I'm like, you got it, Oshi. I got you. And I was just like, hey, if you want this card to be real, in the Kickstarter comments, I'm like, hey, go to the Kickstarter comments, say I'm here for the fuck you, right? And so for days during the Kickstarter campaign, you could just see in the comments was just flooded. I'm here for the fuck you. I'm here for the fuck you, over and over. Just long comments of just like, I'm here for the fuck you, by loads and loads of people. So it was something that like Boss Man could not ignore. Boss Man acknowledged that this was something that was heavily demanded, and he rolls with it, and now he loves it as a joke, right? He's just like, oh yeah, because people were here for the fuck you. Like, he loves this card now. He's just like, great. I didn't have
Like,
any issues
conditioned him into wanting the card printed
yeah
as well.
yeah, I didn't have any issues getting this crunchy approved. So thank you, community. You made this possible, just so you know.
That's a cute. Of course, the card that Faze stuff have on them just to show off the Sakuna is fuck you.
They're like, hey, just so you know, this card is very pixelated. And he comes to me and it's just like, hey, is this gonna be an issue? This card's pixelated. Oh yeah, Sakuna.
I'm looking forward to being able to pull that out.
I think I will say, I think the fuck yous, they're not in the boosters. They're exclusive to the starter decks.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the starter decks, they have 3 exclusive cards in them. So that you can only get them in the starter decks. And fuck you is one of them. As much as I wanted to put it in the booster, I made it in the starter decks because I wanted to ensure that people that wanted the fuck you would get the fuck you.
Fair
Right?
enough. True. That makes sense. That makes sense. So are the exclusive cards? I would assume that for Tenma, the fuck you, yell at fish, and what's the third one?
Let me try to look again. I know one of the upgrades. So the Mist is worldwide is exclusive to the starter deck. The fuck you, and I think it's the oh wait, I know which one. It's the where is it?
Ah, okay. Depressed single divorced fathers. Oh, do you have the full art for Depressed Single Divorced Fathers is out by now, right?
We did receive early release versions of the starter decks. I was not shipped one of those, unfortunately. Yeah, but I will say, Minky cooked. They are the final version is a kind of really different than the draft version. The Minky took a couple of versions to figure out the posing for it. So it's a little bit different than this one, and it's only like one
buff guy.
One allegedly Miguel O'Hara, right?
Legally distinct Miguel.
Yeah. I was like, we had to ask Minky, like, hey, can you make Miguel O'Hara but not Miguel O'Hara? Yeah.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Minky's like, I got you, right? And a funny thing about this card is that when Minky was doing the art for it, Minky actually tried to sneak in some unsay-so things into the art, and my handler was just like, Minky, Minky, you might want to remove that. And Minky was just like, hey, doesn't hurt to try. So there was at one point something that was like unsay so in the version. They're like, oh, and Minky was just like, it's there's what's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with it. And my handler is just like, you know what's wrong with it. And Mickey's just like, her shoulders could just be tense, you know? There's nothing wrong with a back massager. And my handler's just like, oh, Minky.
I think I can imagine what you're describing.
Yeah.
Oh, is there besides I'm curious, besides Horsema, what have been some of the other like mood boards?
Sorry.
Yeah,
I just saw SpongeBob Buddy's response.
What?
I saw Sponge Buddy's response.
It's just
a censored middle finger.
True. Oh, Agamotto, welcome to the stream.
Oh yeah, here's the historical lion.
Oh, that looks so. I love the warm. It looks so much like warmer on actual cardboard.
Yeah. But we were like, how do we make it more like we have the lion head there? He has that sword. And we're like, I hope he doesn't think it's a threat that we have a lion head on the wall. Oh, new card.
Oh,
New card.
okay.
Oh
wait.
It's new pull for me at least.
Fair enough.
But I think this was one of the ones that was released.
Yeah.
It looks so pretty.
Yeah, they look. Oh.
Look at that.
So many of these cards. I'd shove them in like 2 sleeves instantly. Oh. Is that new?
It might be new to
you. Oh
you.
yeah, it is. It is. Win against +8, costs 1 less if you're playing Tenma. Oh. I haven't figured out how to crack buff action cards on Tenma yet, but
you'll figure it out. I think.
Thank you. I will make an attempt. I will make an effort to do so. But yeah, no. Besides Horsema, what are some of the other mood boards that you've sent off to artists that you've gone, where beforehand you've kind of gone, ooh, like I wonder how this will turn out.
For set 1, we tried our best to just give the more cursed meme requests to Minky, because we knew, Minky's already in the VTuber space. They know a lot of the memes and things like that, and we were kind of worried that like some of the studios we work with were like, oh, I don't know if they will understand the context of it. But what actually ended up happening, was really funny, is that like a lot of the artists that we worked with, they started out not knowing Faze Connect, and then we were getting messages from the studios. We're like, hey, our artists, they fell in love with the VTubers.
Oh, that's so cute.
From doing the art, they started like looking into them more, and then they're like, hey, they're now fans of Faze Connect. They really love it. And it's like, oh, okay. So they want to do more. And we're like, oh, that's good. Yeah. So it's very funny. And so like we're trying to be a little bit more like, oh, we'll see what the artist Gamba, like maybe they can handle this really weird context. I'm trying to think what was the most obscure thing sending them. Okay. I'm trying to think. In set 1, let me think. In set 1, I definitely think Horsemo was me kind of reaching outside the barriers of what I thought they could be like when they look at it and be like, what the heck. For set 2, there's a lot more weird things
Oh.
where not for set 2, there's one mood board that I know that exists where we just imagine a mood board that's filled with somebody being tied up and pinata
Oh.
with a bat. just imagine that. There's a pinata tied up and a bat. And then there's
Interesting.
I think that, and then there's another one where we straight up have just pictures of seagulls attacking the point of view of like the POV of being attacked by a seagull. And then we just photoshopped the head of the VTuber onto the seagull and said, "Can you make this?"
Oh, now I'm trying to think which VTubers that might be describing.
And then I could go on for a while. I'm trying to think. Some of the Faze Connect ones were surprisingly, I think, a little bit more normal. I think the only ones that were the most unhinged actually ended up being a lot of Leah cards.
Oh.
Yeah, because Leah had the dog food one. She has
was that like the Dragon Ball Z still where oh, I forget who was it, just like in the crater? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. A lot of hers were pretty unhinged. She had also the feet confessional stream one, and that one we were like, hey, could you do none and something related
None
to feet,
and
right?
feet.
Yeah, and we weren't expecting anything much about it, and then like we got the art back and they really cooked with her feet. We're like, oh, we weren't really expecting really good feet art.
I can pull up the PNG of the card. Hold on, let me. Oh, actually, do you have a copy of it there with you?
I think I might have. I pulled one yesterday.
Oh, okay. Wait, even better.
But like, yeah, it was like one of those things where it's like, oh, we really weren't expecting really good feet art, and oh my god, they like placed it right in your face, sort of thing. And so it's like one of those things where it's like you can enjoy the card casually at face value, but then if you look past the text, because obviously the text box is like covering it, you're like, oh, them some feetsies. So if we ever do like a full art or a special or one of the things I want to do is like an art book that has all of these, like the art, you'll definitely see them feetsies.
All right, let me grab the PNG that I have.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, rare. That's why I'm looking at the wrong set of cards.
This is the promo version of the art. This is what it looks like. Billy, I think you'll be very happy with this one. But yeah, they really cooked with this.
Oh my god. Is that the draft or is it the final?
I think
it looks
the one that I have pulled up. I would assume that that's the draft.
No, I think that's the final.
Oh, that's the final?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I think that was revealed during the card campaign reveal. Here's the card version.
Yep.
Look at that. Look at the foiling.
I love how they foiled the crucifix as well.
Yeah. The shiny cross. Look at that. And then
if they were real freaky, they could have like foiled the highlights on the toes.
Oh no. Oh, we don't need to highlight them so much, you know. Those are just kind of like for the enjoyers.
Detailed as well.
But feet are blocked. You gotta look real hard. Yeah. I
really
wonder
gotta
if this
squint
is something.
for that.
Yeah, I wonder if this is something that Leah will notice. I wonder if she'll look at it and just be like, "Oh, that's cute," and then like if she like really looks at the text box, I wonder if she'll notice that.
In terms of actually, in terms of favorite art on some of the cards, which cards would you say are your favorite in terms of how they look?
I definitely like some of the. There's specific ones that I really like. So one of them I definitely love Mama Cameo. There's just so much going on,
Yeah.
right? and then I also love Chew on Cables. The art of that one
Oh.
is like super duper soft. It reminds me of like Serial Experiment Lane, the Chew on Cable one. And I think that was like some of the mood board that I gave them for that card. I really wanted like give me the loads of cables and her going ham on them, and but make it look kind of like
Demure.
I don't know. Yeah. And then what are some of the other ones? I do some of my favorite ones are actually like the group shots, right? The ones where they have the group or as much of the group as possible. I kind of love seeing them all together. So like the Halloween special and the Menhera Club.
I've seen Halloween specials art so many times because of how much I've been playing against Morlington. He puts it in literally every single deck he can.
He says that's his favorite card.
I can tell.
Those ones are my favorite. I'm trying to think if there's other ones too. Sometimes I also just like the simple ones. So things that just kind of like feel the word isn't threatening. I was about to say feel threatening. Like cuz the one that came to my mind was the beating you over the head with a frying pan.
Yeah. Let me pull that up.
That one was I loved that one, how that one turned out.
Let me just up.
Here's a finished version of the Succumb to Cringe.
Oh, that looks beautiful. Oh, okay. I'm very much looking forward to being able to actually take the decks that I've built in the tabletop and actually like have them physically, because these look brilliant. But yeah,
interesting. Like Minky did a lot of experimenting when working on the art. So like a lot of the drafts were in black and white, or the different draft he did with continued gameplay that was a little different. It was more watercolor like. So he did a lot of experimenting.
All of the artists cooked so hard.
They're so good. Yeah. Look at them eyes. They feel so menacing, but like also it's just so simple and pure. Oh, there's another.
Oh, is this
character platform?
Okay.
This one is the focus. If it can focus, hold on. Read it. There you go.
There you go.
Udika's
platform. Yeah, Morlington showed me this yesterday, and the first thing he said was, "Isn't this kind of weak?" And then he realized that this was because it's Urika's thing. It's designed to synergize with her one content card per platform thing. And then this is incredibly strong for Urika.
It's something interesting about the platforms. The original idea was like eventually, like a lot of streamers and VTubers, they have their backgrounds, right? That they cater to themselves, their theming, their branding, and things like that.
Yeah.
And we wanted to have that as a highlight, so that like, hey, this is my platform, this is my stream or whatever, and you can play that in your deck.
Like unique synergies.
And when we were asking Faze Connect, we were like, hey, does the talent have background like room scenes that we can use for the cards? And they gave us a couple, and they're like, kind of, not really. And we're like, oh, and they're like, yeah, you can go and commission some for the talent. And we're like, oh, okay, like any sort of references? And they're like, oh no, like there were some things that we noticed, like they said Tenma needed a basement, and the community resonated that. They're like, Tenma needs a basement. We're like, oh, okay. And they're like, and Pippa was like, we're like, what does Pippa like? And she's like, oh, like ships, you know, like inside the ship thing. And I'm like, oh, okay. But there was things like that where like, okay, Tenma basement, gotcha. And like we got that art commission, and it was before. My only regret is that it was before like I double checked the Horseman stream, and so the horse there's on the floor of the basement. There's a horse head mask, but it was a general horse head mask, so it's brown instead of the white. And that's my only like regret, is that we didn't ensure that the horse head was white. But like when we sent it to Faze Connect, Sakana was like, horse head, that's deep. That's deep. like he's like, and we're like, yeah. And he's like, looks good. Like, okay. This one's really pretty because it's NASA.
Yeah. NASA's jacket looks so it looks uniquely good with the rainbow foil as well.
Yeah. She's got really good stuff. Like, I don't know, her jacket is really good. Eventually, if they ever make like a jacket replica for her, like,
that would sell it instantly.
Oh, Fishman, please, if you make one, can I please have one? It looks so comfy. It needs to be oversized too, please. Please. Make it so.
One thing that you brought up earlier that I kind of wanted to sort of live back to was when you decided to split the cards, not just by genre but by color as well, in terms of green, purple, and red. I saw in an old clip from your Twitch that each color was supposed to correspond with one of the streaming platforms: green for Kick, purple for Twitch, and then red for YouTube. But in terms of the way that each color represents a specific playstyle, like red is aggression, purple's control, and then green is economy. I get how like economy and Kick kind of makes sense, but what about what about red? What about YouTube and aggression and Twitch and control? Like what about those platforms prompted you guys to sort of tie those things together?
So it was kind of like aggression is maybe a little bit not the right wording, even though that's what it says on the notes. It says it on the notes, so they are a little bit more aggressive, more hard hitting. YouTube tends to have like if you have more videos.
So like dominating.
Yeah. You benefit from dominating with the red color if you have more content and things like that, more hard hitting. It's kind of more impactful to have like content on different platforms. Okay,
that makes sense.
And then what was the other question? Twitch?
Purple and control and Twitch. Because I can think of a few things about Twitch that could be tied to.
There's a couple of theories you could go ahead and theorize on. There's a couple of them you can. We can go ahead and theorize in this moment that it's the control, right? Where Twitch is kind of like the commonplace for a majority of streamers. So we'll say like that's a control, right? We're gonna go and just theorize that's the reasoning. Let me drink my tea.
Notice how a lot of purple cards tend to delete content that doesn't have influence.
I ran out of tea. I'm gonna need to be right back. No. But I do that. Let me be right
Yeah,
back.
no problem, no problem. But yeah, no, I mean, anybody who's watched my previous stream on Oshi Push going through the individual cars that have kind of grabbed my attention. There is a reason why I really like purple, and it is very funny that reason lines up almost perfectly with the behavior of one of the big 3 streaming platforms. I don't think I need to say much more. I will be saying much more later on this week, actually, but we'll leave that for then. 10 out of 10 PR answer. Yeah, very, very well themed. Very in time with, current events as well. Cannot wait for Friday night. Yep. Chair must be nerding out to be able to talk to the woman that made the game. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, I don't very often get to have a conversation and a sit-down with the person, behind the curtain when it comes to these things. Like, this would be like if I was able to sit down and talk to, Mark Rosewater from Magic the Gathering or something along those lines. But, yeah, no. Or Jack Yu-Gi-Oh! From Yu-Gi-Oh! So, sorry, give me a second. But yeah, no, this is... I'm very excited to see the VTuber TCGs take off. I really hope they take off in a big way, because this is... I need more addicts. I need more addicts. I need more people to match up against. This is the greatest how the sausage is made moments ever. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that.
I'm back.
Oh, welcome back. Welcome back.
I love seeing people play the game at conventions, and they get addicted to playing the game, and it makes me so happy, because that's kind of part of the fulfillment, right? Seeing people enjoy the thing that you made. It's like I've worked in a couple of different things in the past, and my favorite thing was just making things that the community enjoys, right? So let's say in another universe, in another past life or something, I did do merchandising for some big names. Or in a past life, theoretically, I might have done some merchandising for some big names like Sony or Clay or what was another one? Naughty Dog or things like that. Doing plushies, pins, whatever, merchandising. The biggest fulfillment I had was just making something and then having it come to fruition, and then getting to see the reception from the community that just adore receiving the product, and it's just kind of the enjoyment of hey, I love this new poncho. It's super comfortable, it's great, and it's of this favorite bird that I like, and just things like that. Just kind of because when you like something, you just kind of want to have it engulf your life, right? I have the unfortunate luck of liking things that are way too niche and have no merchandise support. I just cannot surround myself in the things that I like. One example I will give you is my favorite video game is Breath of Fire. And there's just absolutely no merch for Breath of Fire, and it makes me so sad. They've recently done a couple of Breath of Fire merch, I think is it Fangamer or something like that, where they did a plushie or a t-shirt every once in a while, but it's just very few and far between, and I feel so starved, right? Meanwhile, you have Chikawa out there, and there's freaking Chikawa
Just
everywhere,
drowning in merchandise. Yeah,
drowning in Chikawa. Don't get me wrong, Chikawa is really, really cute, but it's that great difference where it's just you really, really love something and you just want it to engulf your life, and it's kind of nice having something that people really love, hey, I made that.
Yeah.
And I made that happiness that that person is enjoying from having that product. And I really love that feeling. So I knew when uh, potentially when one life ended, I wanted my new life to consist of making something that a community would love, you know. Breath of Fire mentioned, yeah, Breath of Fire. There's another Breath of Fire enjoyer out there. Heck yeah! Sorry.
No. I mean, if you're able to find your people, then that's. I'm more than glad to be able to facilitate that in any way.
My favorite is Breath of Fire 3. So in order, it's 3, 2, 1. Well, 4 is really good, but it's like an alternate universe. I love 4. Dragon Quarter is it exists, but also it's kind of a different game, and I'm very sad that they made Breath of Fire 6, and it's like the last nail in its coffin.
I will admit I have no idea what Breath of Fire is, but
Oh, that makes me so sad. Oh, not your comment.
Oh, yeah.
What Chaos just posted. Unfortunately, Capcom doesn't care for Bob. No! It could have been great. It is great. That's beautiful. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna nerd out on your community for 2 seconds, or specifically
go ahead.
just Chaos.
No problem.
Let me just nerd out here.
She's getting out the big guns.
Let's go. Let's go. And I also have the Breath of Fire necklace as well. I have the Breath of Fire necklace, and like anytime there's anything that Breath of Fire exists, I'm just like, I must give them a reason to feel like they need to make more. Okay, it's things like this. I'm a consumer. Okay, I know what it's like to want something. It needs to exist. Okay, I'm back.
Chaos Smash? I plan to play the Breath of Fire games one day. What? You haven't played the games?
Wait, you haven't played them? You just plan to? Okay, listen. If you care about if you want to play the best game, you got to start with 3. If you care about orders of operation, then you play 1, 2, then 3. But also, you have to have like old school retro game determination to get through 1, because it's pretty bare bones and kind of rough, right? Because that was the first game. But if you care about orders of operations, it would be 1, 2, and 3, chronologically speaking. But if you just want to play the best game that makes you feel feels and emotions and is really cool because it's just like I don't know, it's a good game, okay? Then you play 3, and then there are some people that really like 4 because the graphics were upped, but it's kind of the same thing. I don't know. It's just a really good game.
Have you streamed yourself playing BoF before?
I have not, because I don't someday I would like to, but it's one of those games where it's just like I feel intimidated playing RPG games on stream because I'm that person where if story is happening, I don't really like to, if they have voices, I don't really like to talk because I want the story to happen and not interrupt it for like my viewers. But in terms of Breath of Fire, I think my biggest worry is that when I play RPG games, I tend to grind. I tend to over-level grind, which can be exponentially boring. And I do that because when I fight bosses, I don't want to have trouble.
Yeah.
And so I had the issue where I played Breath of Fire 2, and I like over grinded everybody to be like level 60 to defeat the final boss, and then a relative of mine played it, and then they just were level 30 and then they were able to defeat the boss. And I'm just like, you mean I overgrinded 30 levels and I would have been fine at level 30? Like, it took me a long time to get to level 60. And it took me, maybe I'm just like really bad at building my characters, right? Maybe I'm just bad at statting. And that's what I have to deal with, because my boss battle was still like 2 hours long. And like the relative that played, it was just like, what, not even an hour. So I'm just like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong?
So something about that equation isn't quite adding up.
It's not, and it makes no sense. You'd think I'd be significantly stronger, but that doesn't. I make the worst decisions, I guess. I don't know. So with that in mind, I'm kind of scared about streaming Breath of Fire and doing that too. Yeah.
Although I will say that grinding seems to be like an okay thing if you just like to yap with your chat.
I do yap. I am a yapper.
As all things should be.
But grinding, I feel like I just kind of zone out and I just
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Here's a cool card. I like this cool card.
Oh, Apocalypse.
Is it weird that like I like trying to sneak Sakana in the cards, right? So here's a weird like relationship dynamic, right?
Yeah.
So like, I oddly enough have a bunch of like Sakana merch. So like, Sakana plushie. I have the Sakana plushie. I have the Sakana like buff Sakana keychain. And this year they had the flopping Sakana plush, and I had to get that, and I just think it's funny. I don't know why. I just think it's funny. But then like I also have those weird moments where like I run in the Sakana, and then like he sees me, has all these Sakana merch, and he's just like. And I'm like, oh frick, how awkward is this? Like I have to like work with this guy, and then here I am with like a bunch of Sakana merch, and he must think I'm like some Cheesemo fan, and really I just think it's funny, right? I just think it's funny.
Sakana has unique meme appeal when it comes to like people buying up his stuff.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong, he's great, but I'm not like awkward like ooh Sakana, like I'm not like that. I just really think it's funny. I don't know how to explain it. It's just funny factor. So I don't want him to feel like it's awkward, but it's just like one of those things where it's just like, does he think I'm just...
Does he think I'm a fan or a stan?
Yeah. Like, does this make this relationship awkward for him? And it's just like, no, please, no. Like, if he had, if there existed a Sakana Daki, I probably would get that.
No way.
I would think it's funny. If that existed, I would get it for the funny. But then I would have to explain myself, and I swear to you, I'm not making excuses. I'm not what's the word? I'm not sucking on copium. I just think it's funny. I really do.
To be fair, if you were to buy a Sakana Daki, that would be a lot harder to be caught with in public than like a keychain, for example.
That's so true, but how can you resist not taking a picture of it and posting it? You know what I mean? How can you not resist that? And then like, man, what do I do with that? Like, a Sakana Daki might be hard to explain though. No, it's not. I actually have a collection of Dakis, so it's fine.
It blends in. It blends in.
If I just like get a bunch of, I actually have like two Daki fillers. So one is on my bed and one's on my couch. And I recently had because I rent, right? I had a cafe inspection and after they went around the entire cafe and took pictures and things like that, I realized that I had a docky on full display on my couch. And they had to take pictures of my living room, couch. And I'm like, well, that's the thing that happened. Don't. It's whatever.
The funny
It's
thing
comfy.
is, a darky, like your average anime girl darky, would be like less socially acceptable than a darky that just had like a fish in a business suit on it.
That'd be hilarious. Which Sakura would it be though? The
Yeah, would it be like
Sakura?
muscle kana or like
Or
chonk
muscle? Oh, one side would have to be swole Sana,
kana?
right?
Yeah, probably.
One side would have to be, and then the other one would be the chunky one. I don't know. Both are accurate. Both are lore accurate.
Actually, on the note of sneaking Sakana into card arts, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Poggers the only... No, not Pogger, sorry. Pogger or Pog. I forget the exact name of the card. The 2-bit red content card that gives 6 influence. Is that the only version of Sakana in the card art where he isn't getting hurt by something? Because the only other two I can think of are Adpocalypse and Yell at Fish.
Have you not seen Gold Farming yet?
I've not.
Okay, that's another Sakana card. There's a card called Gold Farming. And I pulled it yesterday, but I'm trying to remember if it was a common card or a rare card. I think it was.
Oh yeah, PogChamp. Yeah, that was the name of the card. Thanks, Zeal.
PogChamp. I think I did. Did I just pull PogChamp here in one of these ones?
I think so, but if not, I can pull it up on my end as well.
So PogChamp was actually the very first art that Minky did for us.
Oh.
And it was kind of funny because like that was like Minky's trial to see if like we'd get the okay with Faze Connect for their art style and things like that. And they did Sakana in that way. Like I think the original pitch was like do either Uruka or Sakana, right?
They just did both.
They just did both, right? And so like we sent that to Sakana and he was just like, he approved it. He was so hard. He was just like really in love with it. And we're like, hey, you got the hard approval. And then we were looking at it, we're like, is this okay? You look pantsless in this. He still okayed it. He was fine with it. He loves it. I think the only issue that we ended up having, the only revision we had was Minky tends to be super detailed with like I think it's like stomachs, right? So Minky tends to add a lot of squish. And so there's a lot of revisions for that. Is the stream okay? It got black.
Oh, sorry. I think it's because I tabbed out of the Discord. Yeah. Oh, there we go.
Did nobody get the pod?
Oh, sorry. Do you mind? Would you mind holding it back up? Sorry.
Are you jipping them out of the pod?
I denied them the pog by accident.
Okay, hold on. Let me also look for gold farming. They said that gold farming is a pawn.
Is it a kickback card?
PogChamp?
Oh no, gold farming.
Oh, gold farming.
I'm trying to remember. So this was revealed yesterday, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Oh wait, is this the? I'm trying to remember because I think Morlington might have sent me I think Mornington might have sent me a screenshot of it when you pulled it on stream.
Something for you to use.
Yeah, I got it. Every time I see a new green card, I get excited.
Yeah, it's a green card. And it's a Poggers.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Card.
While you have another content card, this gains kickback gain 1. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, and so I think this particular one, there's actually a couple. There was 2 different. The artist was asking a lot of questions. They're like, "Hey, we sent them just the basic Sakana picture." And the artists, I guess, did their own research, and they saw that there were different versions of Sakana. The long version or the round version.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Hey, which version do you want?" And I was just like, "Oh, you know what? There is different versions." And I think around that time we did the poll on Twitter asking people, "Hey, how do you like your fish?" And freaking Tenma comes in and she replies, "I like it fried." Like she likes it fried, battered and fried. And we're like, "Oh god, oh my god." But yeah, so a lot of people voted on the round Sakana. And then the artist also asked, they're like, "Hey, for the money, should it be American dollars or Canadian dollars?" Because they really did their research. They're like, "This is the Canadian right here," and we're like, "Oh, you know what? The artist is right. Yeah, make it Canadian dollars." So yeah, fry the fish. How do you like your fish? Fried, battered, and fried. The engagement with the talents has just been so amazing. They've been for the most part, they've been in the dark about the game, right? So a lot of the card development, the abilities, how they play, the art, the talents are in the dark. They have no idea about anything other than like the few and far between of like our social media posts, right? And I do know that like we've had some comments of people being like, "Hey, why aren't the talents talking about this more?" And it's on purpose, and they're in the dark because we want to get their like first reaction to a lot of these cards, right? We do have plans for them to do unboxings and stuff, and so for a lot of them this will be their first time seeing a lot of the cards, and we want to get that pure raw reaction from it. So a lot of people were wondering like, "Hey, are they really partnered? Why is there no like interaction between the two?" We've been so like conversing interchangeably with like management and Sakana and things like that. They're super duper supportive. They've been really great. But the talents they're in the dark. They don't know anything. Well, let's see what they react to what freaking dog food regret. Let's see their reaction, pure, sweet, and raw.
I'm very keen to see which cards end up standing out to the talent, like each individual talent who ends up opening them.
I wonder if a lot of them will like I think similarly to how when you're streaming and you're screaming at chat, no, don't clip it, don't clip this chat, right? Because you're like really embarrassed and things like that. There's gonna be a lot of those moments where it's just like, why have you done this, right? Because I think we definitely did get a reaction from Pippa when we posted about the clip out of context.
Oh,
and she retweeted that and was just like, "What the heck? Like, what?" We did get a reaction from that, so it's things like that where it's just like, why have you done this? Like, oh no.
let me see if I can pull up a copy of clip out of context just to show. Bean should have it. Files. Flip.
I saw a question in chat just now. Any coffee cards?
Oh, okay, yeah, I have this one ready to pull up. Okay, wait, I have to.
So the answer to that question is we actually do for the Kickstarter. We did make a couple of promo cards. So those are like Kickstarter exclusives. We haven't quite decided if those would get reprinted because those were promo specific for the Kickstarter. If they do get reprinted, they would end up being like a different. Obviously, they would lose the emblem, and they would get repurposed into like a new subset that I'm thinking about creating. But essentially, one of the promo cards is we are making a Sakana persona. So not only can you make decks of the lovely talents, but you can make a Sakana deck if you wish. And his is highly connected to coffee if you so choose to do so. And a lot of his cards, there was like 3 of them that we made. A lot of his cards, I will say, are joke cards because they did not go through the dev team. So any cards that don't go through the dev team are considered joke cards and will be considered non-legal for the purpose of like, hey, they didn't go through like heavy stress testing. And when I created this ability, I had to do research. I had to Google, hey, is it safe to eat coffee beans? How many coffee beans can a human safely consume and not die? Like, I had to look up things like that to make sure that I wasn't creating a card that was just like, gonna get us in trouble later on, right? But I did want the funny of like, hey, do you like Faze Connect coffee? Oh, I sure hope you do. Do you like it enough to ingest it raw and just like eat the bean? And I even had to look up, hey, is it normal to eat coffee beans raw? Like, is that something that people can feasibly do? So that was a lot of Google questions that I'm pretty sure Google was like, why are you asking these questions? So yeah. He has there's another card which is the Faze Connect warehouse. I don't remember what the ability is off the top of my head. But I would like to hope that that's related to Faze Connect coffee or some kind. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I do remember another card that we made, a promo card, which is I think it's an action card called Buyout Artist Ellie. I don't know if that was something that we released, but that's another Sakana specific card. And it basically says like you get buff or bonuses based off of how many Faze Connect merchandise you are currently wearing on your person. So I hope you guys have a lot of Faze Connect merch when you're playing a Sakana deck.
It really is just like a deck that revolves around like flexing on your opponent IRL. I
think that's so funny though.
Yeah, sure. I could easily see like a Magic's Unfinity style, I suppose set based off of just all of the meme cards that didn't make it through design.
Yeah, that's something that I kind of wanted to do because a lot of like VTubing is just centralized around memes. So the joke cards I did want to eventually convert to meme rarity cards. Like that would be their rarity level. So that way people can automatically know that those aren't tournament legal. But also if you just wanted to have a silly old time playing the game, that's where a lot of those mechanics would end up being. The meme cards.
I eagerly await that.
And it's great because it also allows us to pull like we want to get the community involved, and if they want to like suggest silly funny like haha mechanics, which is some things that we've already seen. That's kind of where we can place it, and it would have like the community involvement, like, hey, this person made this silly haha.
I was going to say I could easily imagine for Pippa like some sort of mechanic around like shape shifting your persona or something, just because of the number of I suppose themed joke streams she's done in the past where she's just shown up with like a with an alternate like persona, like Pip Possum, what was it, Marmotkin.
I'm so sad that I wasn't privy to more of these until after everything had been finalized, because they told me about the possum stream, and I was informed about Slimekin
Slipper, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh my god, so many like lost potentials. We'll have to revisit again and like make more, right? We'll have to revisit again and make more. I'm like,
yeah. Papakin as a card would be a really fun. I would be really curious to see what that might look like.
Which one's that one?
Papakin is basically just Pippa's dad, because he sometimes comes on like literally makes a dad joke and then pieces out.
So we do have some, so same thing with like Mama Cameo. We did have requests for Rin Mama, and we actually did ask, hey, could we make Rin Mama as a persona?
Oh,
and we were rejected.
Fair enough.
And I assume it might have things to do with like proper legalities.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
We're not sure if they actually own the rights to Rin Mama. She's not like an official talent, you know. So we were not sure how that works. So that's why we did the next best thing and just gave her a Mama Cameo card.
Oh, that makes that makes extra thematic sense now. Okay.
Yeah. For the time being, you know. But yeah, so we can't officially make a Rin Mama deck, unfortunately. I'm sorry. For any Rin Mama stands out there, I did see immediately there was somebody that made a fan card. Somebody immediately made a Rin Mama fan card, and it looks so good. And I'm like, oh my god, please. Like I asked Sakana, and he's just like, no. And I'm like, oh, but look at this card that somebody made. Like, the demand is there. And I think it was so funny, they already like put their own flavor text in their fan card, and it was something like hags need love too, or something like that, right? And it was just like, oh my god, please, yes.
I'm trying to think, because I would imagine that similar rules would probably apply to the family members of other talents as well, right? Like they would just be like references at most, the cards.
Yeah, it would most likely be references. It depends, right? I think it might depend, because I feel like if we're working with an indie VTuber, I feel like they have different rights to themselves.
That's true.
They'll be like, yeah. They'll probably want to do different things, so I think it might just be on a case-by-case basis, I think.
Rage game. Oh, sponsorship. Another foil. Another foil feat. Oh, foil NASA. Nice. Oh, okay. The speckled foiling is really nice to look at. Actually, I wanted to ask as well, when it comes to just watching players like just pick up the cards and start playing them in person at the events, or even just people playing the game outside of IRL events. Have there been any like strategies or innovations or whatever where you've looked at it and gone like, "Huh, I didn't know you could do that"?
So yeah, the biggest thing that I've seen, or the most, sorry, hold on, let me drink more tea. Most recently, because I worked on the game, I know how the card should play. I did the original premise. I understand like the original idea of like everything, right? And recently, I think it started at Fanime. Fanime was like the first time seeing it. I saw somebody make I think it was like a NASA deck. And they had a NASA deck, but for whatever reason, they had Michiru upgrades in her deck. And I'm like, what the heck? Why? You can't use this card with this deck. Right? So like I was just like, explain this to me. I asked them, I'm like, explain this to me. What's going on here? And they're like, oh yeah, so we have a NASA deck and she does this with this ability, and then when you pair it with like Michiru's upgrade discard ability, then that makes it more like more powerful. And I was like looking at that and I'm like, oh my god, you're just carrying it for the discard ability? And they're like, yeah, we just use it for the discard ability. And I'm like, oh my god,
mind blown.
That's totally legal. I'm like, I was just like that, like in my brain I was like, NASA only upgrades, that's the way you build it around that. The fact that they are putting other talents in there, other upgrades just for their discard effect, it's totally legal. And I'm like, oh my god, yeah, like what you just said, like freaking mind blown. I'm like, oh my god, this game is beyond what I originally imagined. This is like growing into its own thing, and I love it. I'm here for it. I love the creativity of everybody that's playing it, and the different deck builds that come from it. I'm totally all for it. Like, please surprise me more. This is amazing. It's completely legal, and it's just like, my god, how you're so big brain. This is beyond the capacity that I could even think of. And I don't know. Damn, man, you guys
I imagine
are good.
it's like watching a toddler learn to run for the first time.
Yeah, it's growing into its own thing. It's growing up, it's being its own thing, and it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful just to see how it's developing, how you guys are taking like what we've created and just rolling with it. And I really love it. Like those are kind of like my favorite, like blows my mind moments is when I'm familiar with the base set of cards, the base intention of how they're supposed to be played. But then like when you guys come out and you're like, hey, this connects to this and this does this, and then roll this with this and do this, like when you guys like find an unlimited chain and it's just like, hey, this is peak. And it's just like, oh my god, they found an unlimited. And then I have to go to the devs and I'm like, hey, is this okay? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay. Right. And it's just like, wow, oh my god, I love it. I love the big brain moves. You guys are amazing. Friggin' even like listening to your deck builds where you're just like, oh yeah, this is a Tenma Balls deck. And just like listening to you explain your chains and the combos, it's just like, man, this is great. I love it. I think my favorite part is just like deck building. Even when I was like playing other TCGs, it's just kind of like a weird puzzle. Seeing all the cards laid out and trying to figure out what connects to what makes the best combo for things. I love deck building.
Same.
And Yeah, I freaking I love seeing your guys' deck builds and then like having you guys explain to me why you like certain things or why one thing interacts with another. That's like my favorite thing. Eventually, when we have more events and you guys start having like all of your own decks, man, I'll be that person that's like, hey, break down your deck for me. Like, explain to me what your build like. That's totally me because I don't know. I want to see what you guys come up with, and because you know, it's kind of like I don't know. It, seeing your guys' creativity is great, and I love it. So
Doesn't it make your day as well when like you put hours into like coming up with this concept for a deck, like putting together cards, assembling synergies and stuff like that, and then someone gives you an excuse to go off about your logic as well? Like,
yeah, it's how do you explain it? I don't know. I love seeing people take. It's like the you know that funny video where it's like the dev tester and it's just like they have the shapes thing and you're like, this is how we've constructed this thing, and then the person comes out, where does the circle go?
oh yeah,
That's right, in the square hole. Where does the star go? That's right, in the square hole. And it's just like that moment where you're just like, oh, 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 you know what? How can I be mad? They big brain this, you know? Like
you make a valid point.
yeah. You make a valid point. It's like, yeah, Michiru upgrade goes into a Michiru deck. Guess what? It goes into the Nasa deck. Oh, well, you know what? I guess you ain't wrong. Like, it's so funny. I love it. Keep surprising me, please.
Yeah. I'm really excited for Morlington's Clipper tournament that he's going to be hosting later on.
I heard about that. He should reach out to us. I heard that he was like setting that up. We could give him more support. I've been super busy. I keep forgetting to reach out to him. He should reach out to us and give us more details. I want to support that.
I'll give him a nudge on Discord later on because I'm sure he'll jump at the opportunity because this is something he's been building up to for a while as well. Oh, is that a new card?
This is a new card. I pulled this one yesterday, but like, yeah, this is new to you. Look at how pretty this one is.
Goodness.
And then it's where is this?
Oh yeah. Oh, I think I remember seeing that on Twitter. Yeah, this seems like such a broken effect. Your opponents can't gain Oshi marks on the platform. Like it costs 9, but that's insane. So just to give like to give an impression of how oppressive that effect can be to play against. Just to the people watching. Up until now, me and Wallington have been struggling to figure out how to make kickback work as a mechanic. Because the problem is, like, if you end up, like, why would you want a card that only gives you a benefit if you lose a clash on a platform? But I think Year Zero Science is like it's the missing link in order to actually make it a viable mechanic. Since that looks beautiful. Yeah,
it's an insurance card.
Yeah, exactly. You can keep losing clashes without losing the platform. Crazy. I mean, that combined with, I think a lot of the new cards have some form of Oshi mark manipulation. I'm pretty sure. I fully expect Michiru, Pippa, and Nasa to come out with like a fresh bevy of strategies, all of which revolve around just shuffling Oshi marks around in between platforms.
That would be funny.
I've spent so many hours in between just like staring at the deck builder and talking to Morlington, like trying to figure out how to make certain strategies work, etc., etc. Yeah, it's so much fun. So much fun. I 100% recommend if that's the kind of if you have any interest in like, you know, what we've shown off thus far with the game, I 100% recommend checking it out. If you are looking for a TCG where it feels like you have fresh room for innovation, especially when it comes to deck building, Oshi Push is an experience that I would recommend 100%. To make those moments of the VTuber clippers out as memorable. Hope you and Morlington can cook something. I hope so too. Yeah.
This card reference broke our brain cells.
Oh, yeah. What is the reference for this? Because when I read the quote, I didn't quite get it.
So there's a clip somewhere out there that exists of Leah explaining how history works.
Okay.
How time works.
Okay.
And if you listen to this clip, you might lose a couple of brain cells. And she was explaining that the world started at year 0.
Okay.
And that we've only been alive for 2,000 years.
Oh. Okay, I see.
What was her running theory was that we've only been alive for 2,000 years, and she was trying to figure out when dinosaurs existed. I think was the
within the range of the 2,000 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
The Big Bang clip. See, I like that people know what clip is being talked about.
I see.
So there you go.
I'll need to search this one up after stream.
Be prepared to lose brain cells. be prepared to lose brain cells, because I think that was the clip. That was the moment where we felt like, oh no, we're taking damage. Like we're taking damage here. I don't know. It was funny, but it was one of those things where it's like, oh no. Brain. I remember that. BC and AD failure. The funny and a good point. Yeah. Hello. Oops, where's my scissors?
I'm looking through the chat with Morlington at some of the new cards that he sent me. I'm looking at I think I'm trying to find which ones were the ones that stuck the most in my brain after I saw them. There's so many new archetypes that I can think of, so many new playstyles that I can think of based off of adding these cards into existing decks.
Yes, make the builds.
ASMR. Yep.
I would eventually like to see if one of the things that we're wondering is like, I know the talents played mahjong with each other, and it's a lot. Oh, here we go.
Ooh. Oh, Tenma's basement. There we go.
Tenma's basement. And there you can see the brown horse head.
Oh.
Where they played mahjong, they learned mahjong and played mahjong. It would be kind of cool if the talents could play each other using decks builds of themselves.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Though I don't know how knowledgeable each of them are at like playing TCGs. Granted, we did make the game super like ease of entry. That was one of the things that like I made very clear with Justin's team. I'm like, we need the game to be super ease of entry, but still have the level of strategic gameplay for the more adept players, right? And it was really interesting to try to get that nice balance between the two, because I was trying to explain them that I theorize that like a lot of the VTuber space are people that kind of like collected Pokemon cards when they came out.
Oh,
because they
definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. So like a lot of them might collect the cards and they remember the rush of pulling the cards, but some might not have ever played Pokemon. And like when you look at it, it's like, oh, like what do you do? It's like really complicated. Or I tried looking at like Weiss shorts and I was just like, why there's too many words. Help brain. And I wanted something that I guess was easy to pick up and get into. But then the more you understand it and the more you actually try to make things more elaborate, that's when the levels or the layers come in. And so we actually had an interesting criticism where we had a TCG player that took one face value look at the game, at the premise, looked at like the rules and was just like, this game doesn't look that great, right? That was their criticism. They're like, this game doesn't look that great. Honestly, it looks pretty basic and boring. But then we got them to play one demo in the tabletop simulator. One game was all it took, and they immediately went back into the Discord and they're like, okay, actually, this game has layers. Like, actually, this game has
Time
some
for
depth.
me to eat crow.
Yeah, and just seeing that reply after one game was just like, hey, let's go. Because
Yeah,
like,
because the game really does have it comes across as if it has like low floor when it comes to like the amount of skill you need to play it, but the ceiling is actually like surprisingly high when it comes to what you could do.
Yeah, and that's super good. That's super good. We need that growth and the different like depth and all that other stuff. I just love that. Like, they for a whole week in the Discord, they were like a huge detractor, and they're like, this game looks so basic. There's nothing impressive about this game. And then after one game in the one demo, oh, it just changed, and it's like, let's go.
I can imagine that would feel like very vindicating.
Oh, absolutely.
I was thinking about which Faze Connect members are like avid TCG players. I think... Actually, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't most of the Faze members who like regularly play TCGs, aren't most of them in the Invaders? Because I mean, obviously you have Mari, but I'm thinking like of the people who've talked about playing TCGs or like regularly like going out to buy them. You have like Ember, Dizzy, Rooney, Rooney. If I think I'm remembering that right, but I could be wrong. But yeah, I think most of them are in Invaders. Oh, that looks. Killer Hands looks beautiful with foil. Goodness. That's stunning. He made Dizzy and Sheena? Ah, okay, yeah. I hope that at some point in the future, I would love to see a Faze Connect Oshi Push like thing. But you know, I'd be curious to see which strategies each Faze member might gravitate towards. I want to know which one of the talents are control players. Go to sleep now? No problem. Good night, Master, and hope you have a nice rest.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's such a long stream. I yap. I'm yappy.
There's nothing wrong. Yapping is well, I mean, this channel is a safe harbor for that kind of thing.
Yeah, you have like the 8-hour streams that I could just play while laying in bed sick and just let it run. And then like every so often I'll like dip in and out consciously because I'm like sick, and then I'll come back again and you're still there on the screen. I'm like, oh, here we go. What are we talking about now? Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I swear it's like an Australian thing, because I know so many people, so many VTubers from Australia. They stream for like gargantuan hours. It's quite interesting to notice the pattern. Dizzy's an OTK player. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I guess that kind of matches up, right? OTK players are kind of masochists. Sheen is a Yu-Gi-Oh player. Oh yeah, wait, you're right. Okay, I probably was off when I said that most of the avid TCG players are probably invaders. Probably an equal amount distributed between invaders and the rest of the gens. Yeah, we're used to only short streams around here. Yeah.
You're not short. You're crazy. Perception of time.
I can't get over how vibrant some of the art looks. Like,
yeah.
I know I'm looping about that, but like,
Village Mama Energy and Long Game.
Ooh. I hope. Actually, is it legal for you guys to sell singles of your own card game?
We are not touching the secondary market.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, we are not doing that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's kind of not a thing. Like in the TCG space, that's something that usually companies tend to stay away from.
Yeah,
because obviously that can cause complications.
Yeah,
Right?
I would imagine it crosses like gambling laws or something along those lines.
Yeah, so we're not gonna we're not planning to do anything like that.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, I am curious because when it comes to, how do I say?
We are looking to be recognized. I think, isn't it? What's the website? The TCG. There's a website that keeps track of all of the TCG like secondary market sales and pricing and things like that.
Isn't it literally called TCG Player?
Yeah. I need to ask Ian what the status is on that, but I think like we're trying to get recognized so that we can like support the secondary market, but we're not going to do the secondary market.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we want to be able to support the secondary market, we would need to be recognized by TCG Player.
I see. Because I was going to say, does there exist like some sort of exception case when it comes to a company selling not singles but chase cards?
No, don't do that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
That could be the reason why that's an issue is because like I just showed you guys this is a sample card.
Yeah.
Right. Now imagine what issues could arise if I be like, hey, I'll sell you guys a sample card. This is like super duper rare, and I'll set the price to whatever.
And then sell
then,
it
like,
yourself. Yeah. That's
yeah, and then there's like at least from my opinion or stance, there's no like what is the word? Is it authenticity or validity of like, hey, I've got like 20 of these secretly stashed in my pocket, sort of thing, and it's at that point you're kind of like generating money because nobody will know like, oh well, like how many of these are available or whatnot. Like this,
Yeah.
It's kind of like to me at least as a consumer, it doesn't feel right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think it's that practice wouldn't sit right with a lot of people like present. So I just wanted to check because yeah, it's how do I say? Not all the TCGs I've ever encountered seem to stick to that rule of not selling singles no matter what.
Yeah, no, we want to leave it up to the community, like what they find desirable, what cards they want to chase for. We want to leave that up to the community because also it also brings into like another issue of like setting the price demand for things. We don't really want to say like, oh, one card is worth more than the other, right?
Yeah,
because it comes into question of like who gave us the authority to make that card worth that, to the community. Like I don't know, it's something where it's like if the community wants it, that's usually what ends up happening. I don't know how it usually works for like other TCGs or like card shops where they have to sell the singles, and usually they look at like the market value of it in terms of like what everybody else is saying, or like they'll check TCG player. So I don't know how it usually starts in terms of like who says what the price is for things.
I would imagine that usually what happens is like, after a while of the game being in circulation, then players come to some sort of decision as to what they want to sell it to one another for, and then then the company making it just starts to keep track. But yeah, the idea of setting the price right out of the gate, I cannot imagine that that's a very popular thing. Regardless.
Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of up to the community what cards they want and like how they build their own decks, you know.
Yeah.
So I think it's up to the community. If people don't like milling cards and you know, they were like, oh no, we ain't buying any of your milling cards, like, you know, it's up to the community. We can't say like, oh yeah, this nice hot milling card is worth $50, and everybody be like,
no, it's not.
No.
More for the rest of us. But yeah, no.
More for the rest of us, yeah. Oh, have I seen this one yet?
Oh, is that a Christmas special?
It's a Christmas
I only
special.
recently started actually encountering that card being played in a, I think in Morlington's Urika deck. Yeah, I didn't think it would be that good, but turns out when he was piloting it, it did actually feel like it did something. There's so many surprises that I've had through just spamming games with Morlington as to which cards can and can't work. Well,
He's
I should
constantly,
yeah.
He's constantly building different decks and just trying them on you.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's. I think that's one of the. I think we both use each other as guinea pigs, which is one of the. It's something that I enjoy about our sessions together.
It's kind of funny. It takes me a really long time to build a deck, so just imagining you guys doing this on a weekly basis, like, what kind of spreadsheeting does he have for these cards? You know, like what kind of. It's kind of interesting. I will say one of the other things that really surprised me about the community is how much attention to detail people do, right? So one example, I'm actually gonna call them out, I see they're in chat, is Zeal.
Oh?
Zeal over here is like from the very, very early days, even when we were like being very secretive about any cards that are in the game, and we only ever tried to show we only tried to show cards that were in the starter decks, and that's it, because we wanted to hide the surprise of what was in the booster. And so like Zeal ended up making their own spreadsheet of the cards. They ended up having like their own master list
Oh,
of the cards, keeping track of like the abilities. Because even back in the day when I hosted playtest streams, and the cards still had placeholder names, right? Some of the cards still had placeholder names, and that was actually one of the things that I think made him go insane, was because the cards still had placeholder names, and then after they got stylized, the names were different. And so when Zeal had to like go back to his spreadsheet and be like, this card is the same ability as this card, but I remember this card was this card. And then like even the serial numbers, like when they eventually changed over time during development, those were a couple of things that made Zeal go insane, because they've been literally tracking every single card since the very beginning. But like it goes to another level where like they would pay attention to every little thing that was posted. Anytime we would post even like just pictures of conventions or people playing the cards, or when we would have different like just images that we were trying to be very obscure, or make sure that like we hid some cards like during like a fan spread or things like that, they would zoom in. Zeal would zoom in and just like look at the different cards. Oh, this is a new card. Or, oh, I can see just through the bare minimum pixels, I can make out what the ability of this card is. And they would just log it in their spreadsheet. And that was like super impressive. And that's something that was like they share in the Discord very often, that they have their own fan spreadsheet of cards.
that's crazy.
Yeah, that we've not made public. We've not made like a master list public or anything. And this was like before we started doing like card reveals, and they had like a very impressive amount of cards on their spreadsheet to some very good accuracy. And they even listed where they were pulling the information from.
Oh, you had
So they would be like,
citations. That's
yeah, there was like this card, this ability, first appearance, either like on a social post or this video, right? They would be like first appearance. There was a column for when it was first appeared, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, oh my god, that's so impressive. I'm like, damn. Okay, like
that's crazy. I
wow.
need to join the Oshi. I need to join the Oshi Push Discord.
As of right now, we just have a Discord channel on the Japanime Discord. We've gone back and forth on like, we do want the community to thrive, and we do feel like just having a singular small channel is kind of stifling the growth, and it's not enough for the community. But we're also in a weird position where it's just like, we don't know if we can support
Yeah.
making a whole new Discord. So we're kind of the stance of, yo, if the community wants to make a Discord for all of you guys to talk and theorize deck builds and things like that, we will endorse your Discord. If you have a Discord like a fan Discord, we'll what's the word? Support it as like the official Oshi Push Discord, and we'll go ahead and like change all of our links to your Discord if you're okay with like managing it and things like that. We'll go ahead and like endorse your Discord. I do believe I heard through the grapevine that there is something possibly in the works. I don't know who's working on it. Somebody is working on it, but if you just let us know where it is, we'll endorse it, and we'll start forwarding all of our links to your Discord and things like that. Just so you guys are aware. We want you guys to thrive, and we know that having a single channel isn't enough for you guys. We want to have like different channels for like deck building or gameplays and things like that. But we're in a position where it's just like, we don't think we can support hosting a whole new Discord.
Fair enough. But yeah, I'm looking for more contact points where I can encounter other people's ideas about the game and about the decks that they build.
Yes, do conglomerate, guys. Grow. Yes, conglomerate. What's another word for just freaking not riot, just congregate and form packs. What do you call a pack of Oshi pushers?
A gaggle.
A gaggle of OPs.
Oh, Billy, if you were asking about feet, technically debut stream, but they're covered. I had someone asking about feet earlier. Yeah, you have you have they're slippered, but they're there.
They're there. I will say there's a couple more feet in set 2.
Oh.
There's a couple more possible feating in set 2.
I'm sure there will be a significant minority who are very happy about that news.
Okay.
Whoa!
The fabled card. Let's go.
Huge pull.
Wait, focus. Please, camera. Think about your life choices. There you go. Oh.
Beautiful.
I'm also glad I didn't have to explain myself about this one. I'm so glad that I didn't need to, that this was accepted.
That would have been an interesting conversation to have, yeah. I can imagine.
Let's freaking go. It looks super sick. Yeah, look at it. Oh. You can say if it's ours you're referring to. I'm not sure. I think we asked you, but you said it's still pending. Like, I don't... You said you're still working on it. Okay. Yeah. I think Zeal's working on a Discord, but I'm not sure if it's done or not.
Ah, okay. I see.
Or whatnot. Yeah. In Minecraft. Is that Walmart? No. It's. Don't worry. I was actually really. This is actually one that we were scared about asking the artist to do, right? Especially since like we weren't sure how comfortable with violence certain artists might be, right? And I think the description we're like, hey, could you draw Pippa shooting an AK in an undisclosed grocery store wearing a blue vest? Could you, like just kind of describing it like in a generic store while wearing a blue vest.
As vague terms as possible.
Yeah, for no reason. Just we just want her shooting an AK.
I think it's suitably vague to the point where if you want context, you'd actually have to put in effort to find it. So.
Yeah. She makes her own survival. You're working on it, just not ready yet. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I'm uncomfortable with little to no violence. Oh, this one's cute.
Oh wait, there was one card that there's one card that I wanted to show, which is the Uru Furby masterpiece. Wait, hold on, let me pull that up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, where is this? Let's look in my files. It'd be cool. Oh, there we go. Found it. All right. It looks so. The weird thing is the style and the art style and the coloring make it look so pretty, but the actual picture itself as a whole just looks so goofy.
Yeah, so this was one of the ones where we asked the artist, we're like, hey, without saying Furby, right? We're like, hey, could you do this character? And the closest thing that we found was like, so what we did was we Googled online for realistic Furby. We were looking for realistic Furbies images. So they were like not exactly Furbies, but like they were kind of like owls that like fan art owls, but then
very cursed
Furby.
owls.
Yeah. So that's the mood board we had created was from artists that tried to create like semi-realistic Furbies. So we didn't show the artists like a real Furby. We showed them artists realism Furby, and we're like, we want this VTuber as this creature, right? We just referred to it as this creature. And so, you know, we're kind of like worried. We're like, oh, are they gonna make it cursed? Like, because that was like part of the images. That was like the cursed, like jury eye or whatever. And when they gave us this, we're like, we were really, really torn because we really wanted a cursed Furby, and they gave us this, and it was so nucking adorable that we're like, what do we do? What do we do with it? Because it's just like those beautiful Jubilee eyes are like they're so beautiful, and we didn't know what to do. So we ended up mocking up. So we had this version, and then we mocked up one where we just I think I had to ask people like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, how do you make this cursed looking, right? We're like, how do we make this cursed looking? And the answer was, oh, it's the eyelid. Like, it needs to have the slightly shut eyelids. So we made a version where we actually drew on top of it, and we did add eyelids to it. And we're like, oh yeah, okay, that's it. That's totally it. So we did like mock up a version with the eyelids and tried to make it as cursed looking as possible. And we showed both to Faze Connect, and we explained to them that it was supposed to be a Furby and that it wasn't cursed enough. And we wanted their input, like, hey, do you want the cute version, like keep it as the cute version, or did you want us to ask them to make it look more cursed, right? And they essentially were like, keep it the cute version. And we're like, okay,
understandable.
Like, okay. yeah, it's so cute, but just know, guys, like, it's a Furby. It's a Furby if Furbies were cute. And I don't know, maybe some of you guys out there can get this card, and then you'll just get a blue permanent marker and give it some eyelids. But you know, that's up to you.
It would be really funny if you get like an Uruka signed masterpiece, except her signature was just like drawing eyelids on it with a marker.
Just adding the eyelids in. Oh, that'd be so hilarious. Something so beautiful from something so cursed. Looks uncanny. It's cute. What do you mean? Google gives me cursed owl. Yeah, I looked up cursed owls.
It's got such a I think it's the baby proportions of the thing, right? It's the squat body, like the big head, round eyes.
Jubilee eyes. No, it's totally all in the eyes. Listen. Pull this up in like paint or something. Go drop this into like paint, and then go draw some eyelids on it, like squat eyelids.
Okay, I'll do that real quick. Let me see. All right.
It makes a difference. The eyelids make a difference. Because like it has the same Furby mouth, it's got the Furby eyebrows, it's got like the Furby feet. It's literally a Furby, but it just doesn't have the eyebrow, or sorry, not the eyebrows, the eyelids. Add some eyelids, and you're gonna be like, oh my god, this is an entirely different creature.
Let me see. Alright, hold on, I'll just do some drawing on my own. Well, actually, let me take that off of the screen so that they can still see the hand cam. Okay, there we go.
We could do like a side by side.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm like flipping through cards, and you're like, you've got the Furby in front.
No, that's no issue. That's no issue.
Looks like a Chuck E. Cheese reject. Which one? The current Furby, or like what it should look like? It should look like a Chuck E. Cheese reject. Part of Urika's brand is being cursed. You love her. Yeah. That face. Oh my god. Yeah. Time to art life armchair. Yeah, let's go.
All right. Oh no, you're right. Okay.
Yeah. See. Okay. It makes a difference.
Let me screenshot this.
I never knew eyelids made such a difference, guys.
All right, wait. Let me pull it up. Okay, there we go. Very rudimentary, but even so, yeah, it looks completely. Yeah.
It's a Furby that doesn't look hideous.
I see.
I'm waiting for it
I
to
see
show
what
up
you
on
mean. I see what
screen.
you mean. Was the original was the version that you guys were aiming for something like look closer to this?
Sorry, what?
Was the original like what you were envisioning? Did it look closer to like what's on screen like right now?
Yeah. Your eyelids are too angry looking. You gotta slant them outwards.
Oh,
But
okay.
essentially, yeah. Essentially, we were expecting a really like high Furby.
Oh, okay.
Right? We were looking. Yeah, you see the vision. The eyelids do make a difference, and we were just like, oh, but also those eyes are so beautiful. Okay, when you make eyes that are like glistening jewels like that, it's kind of hard to be like, hey, can you cursify this, like, because you know a lot of work goes into making eyes look like jewels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me. So something more like this.
I'm waiting for it to show up.
Oh yeah, Australian internet moment.
Oh no, I think it's just YouTube. YouTube has like a delay of, I think, 12 seconds or something like that. A little bit closer.
Okay.
We'll take it. We'll take it. I wish I had our version that we mocked up, but yeah, it's one of those things where the eyelids make a difference.
Yeah, I didn't get what you meant until I like actually tried looking at it myself. Yeah.
Hey, can you drain the soul from its eyes? Oh no.
Oh, Zeal asked what was that Pippa pull just then?
This one? We have the Pippa.
Oh, is
It's
that
an
the new
LB.
version of? Oh yeah, there we go.
Kinship LB.
Oh. Are all of the personas going to have 3 upgrade cards eventually, or is it just a select number of them?
So everyone has 2 upgrades. You get the weak upgrade and the stronger upgrade. Pippa and Tenma are the only ones that have 3 upgrades because of the upgrade that's exclusive to the starter deck.
Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. All right.
Yeah, so they get like a medium sized upgrade. But then everybody else has like a weaker upgrade and a stronger upgrade.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I was wondering why Pippa and Tenma had 3 upgrades, whereas everyone else only had 2. I suppose I think it's a decent time to ask this, but in terms of where Oshi Push could go from here, where would you like to see the game go?
How is this answer defined?
Well, I suppose. What would you like to see it evolve into, I suppose?
I would definitely like to have a lot of versatility in the roster, because my original dream for the game was that like a lot of VTubers could be in this game and play on the same playing field. For that to happen, we would need a lot of VTubers signed on, right? Our drawback is our rosters are very small comparatively to other games, where you have like one card per person, right? Or like something like that. We have 6 slots per set, so it's kind of really slow to roll out VTubers into our game. I consider it a plus because that means like we won't burn through the list of VTubers that exist like super fast, right? But also it means that it's a bit slow to roll out and have like to have the roster grow and grow and grow. I would love to eventually see the roster grow to like 100 or like 200. Like if we get to like 100 VTubers under our belt, that would be amazing, because that means there's like 100 potential decks that exist out there that people are playing with. That means 100 Oshis are being represented by their communities. You know, it's things like that. And then like eventually having tournaments where maybe you think there's like a specific meta of like a super big VTuber, because let's say we have a super big VTuber. Let's say even with Faze Connect, right? There's a lot of people that love Pippa, right? Yep. So you would kind of expect that a lot of players would end up playing Pippa decks because there's a lot of people that love Pippa. However, there's a lot of people that actually end up playing Nasa. So even though, let's say, she's not as big as Pippa per se, she could still whoop Pippa's butt in our game. You know, like it's one of those things where it's just like, I want to see a lot of cross-pollination of everybody just having a good time with their Oshis. It would be really great to eventually have like big scale tournaments and have people build decks around their Oshis, and then like when you win a tournament, have them give a nice shout out to their Oshi and be like, hey, I love this Oshi because, you know, they've meant XYZ to my life, and I'm glad that I could promote them on this like stage and show them like the reasons why they're important to me, and things like that. And I think for the VTubers that are involved, I think when you see like people that support you, it really how do you explain it? It's really soul crushing, but like in a good way. How do you say that? Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Where
I know,
like,
I know absolutely what you mean. Yeah,
you just want to break down into tears and be like, I cannot believe that this is real, but like you're so grateful, and like this is a universe that you can't even begin to imagine exists, but it does. And it's things like that where at the bottom line, my biggest goal, like the bottom baseline belief or foundation that I have for the game is I wanted something that would bring people together, right? Because I know there's a lot of people where they're like, oh, I only like this Oshi, or oh, you know, blah blah blah. Like there's still kind of like factions of things, but like I think it would be nice to have a game that just ends up bringing everybody together. That regardless of who you like or who you support, that people are still able to come together and just play a game with one another. You know?
I'm very, I suppose, pleasantly surprised at how good of a job the game does at getting across that kind of, I suppose, a more like egalitarian view of VTubing as a space, where the only numbers that matter are the ones that are on the cards when you're playing it.
I try. I try.
I know that I personally, I don't watch Tenma's streams, but by far, like, when I started off playing the game, on principle, I started off by just playing using Pippa and her deck. But by far, the persona whose playstyle matches mine the most has been Tenma, and it's been a very interesting experience to go around, talk to various different people who have different Oshis, different playstyles. Sometimes, I know I've played with some. I know I've played Oshi Push with, I think, I can't remember off the top of my head. I know I've played a few games against Necro, and he's been maining. Well, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. He's been like maining Leah the entire time. But I'm curious to see, especially in Morlington's upcoming tournament, which Clippers choose to play based off of personal playstyle, and which ones choose to just rep their Oshi. Because
how loyal are you?
Yeah, there's almost certainly going to be a mix between the two, and I'm looking forward to seeing that.
There's a lot of plans that I have for the game, and it's just a matter of waiting for certain rollouts to happen, and there's a lot of thoughts that have gone into it in terms of like all aspects of VTubing, all aspects of the community, and just trying to make sure that, you know, everybody's involved, everybody's represented in some way, shape, or form, things like that.
And
I hope someday we can all get together and play.
Oh yes, yeah, no, that's what I'm crossing my fingers for as well. In terms of at some point in the future, I need to refine the deck list a little bit more, but I have Morlington to help me out with that.
I think the biggest thing that would help, and that I keep telling people is, hey, if you like the game and you have an Oshi that you would like to get in on the game, please let them know about us. Let them know about us, and that's kind of like the best way to start. Because as I mentioned before, we reached out to thousands and thousands of VTubers, and we didn't really get a response from a lot of them because they weren't really sure like how real this was. So if they hear from the community that, hey, I want to rep you in this game, please let them know that you're interested. We would love to work with them, and that's kind of like the best way for us to start communications, is kind of like having them know that this thing exists, and it's like we really care about the VTubers involved. We want to make sure that the cards represent them, their community, their content, because it's kind of like it's a homage to VTubing as a whole. But definitely let them know, so that we could sign them on and start developing cards for them. If you want to play their decks, just let them know, please.
I'm all for adding more cards, more personas, and more strategies into this game. Because there's so many different ways that you can branch out, so many different strategies, so many different playstyles.
I think it's also the same thing for TCG shops as well. If you have a local place, definitely let them know about the new hotness. Cause no, for real. Cause like in another life, let's say I worked on a TCG and having to like interact with TCG shops. They usually, so for anybody that doesn't know about TCG shops and how they run and how they make certain decisions and choices, is they have limited shelf space, right? So they can't just buy into any old TCG. They need to know that there's a community that is backed with it. They can't just take gambles because of how expensive investing in it is. And if it doesn't sell, then that's kind of like it takes up shelf space, it costs a lot, and things aren't moving. So that's why a lot of TCG shops tend to carry like the trifecta, the big ones that are staples: Pokemon, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a couple that will take chances on certain TCGs, or they might carry like Weiss or things like that. But those are usually few and far between, depending on what the community in the area is. So if you want to grow a community in your area, and if you want to kind of help in that aspect, definitely let your local TCG shops know that this is something that you're interested in. And the more they hear about it, the more they're going to be like, hey, we should probably get in on this hotness. Because if they see a community is available, they'll want to support that community, because having a community in the area means they'll be able to sell the product. And it goes both ways. Having a TCG shop in your area means you have a hub. You have a local hub to be able to play with others, meet with others. Yeah. And that's another thing. They need to see that there is actually a community, so that way, because if you've ever walked into a TCG shop and you've asked them, hey, what's your schedule for like events for certain TCGs, they're usually already pretty cram-packed. So for them to make a spot for it, it's like taking a gamble of removing. They have to remove an event they already know people come to. So you kind of need to. It's like one of those things where you have to like slow roll into it, or like show them, hey, I want this game, or blah blah blah, and things like that. Having spoken to different TCG shops, and on top of that, Ian actually owns a TCG shop as well, is they don't have the manpower to teach a new game. So some of the more successful, like smaller TCGs that like get in the shops, like what they usually do is they have like local volunteers or sponsors that go into a TCG shop and will host events where they teach other locals how to play the game. And that's kind of what starts a TCG shop into like being interested in hosting the game, because they see that people are interested in playing, but they don't have the manpower themselves to be able to learn a new game and teach it, right? That's a lot of investment on their end.
They can give a home to it, they just can't start it themselves.
Yeah. So if you and we've seen at a lot of conventions, like people really like the game, people get really addicted to playing it. So if there's even like one evening where you go into a TCG shop and you ask the shop like, hey, can I demo this game for an evening or whatnot, it'll show like if you demo people, like they'll probably love it just as much as Armchair does, right? Like so we've seen it at conventions. We've seen so many new people that like try it for the first time and then they end up getting addicted and they play it for the whole weekend. But we would like to have local homes for them as well. Doing the events at conventions is great, and it's good for spreading awareness of the game, but I do acknowledge that you guys should have local homes, and that's something that Ian's been working on. He's been working on doing organized play for local retailers and getting support for that, because we do have like coverage. We do have like retailers that have supported, and they're gonna get stock and things like that. We have like, we're partners like with our previous board game partnerships. You know, we've been in like Box Lunch, we've been in Barnes and Noble. I believe GameStop Canada holds our product, so we have coverage in like specific retailers. But in terms of like TCG shops, I think that's where most of you guys will have like homes and hubs to meet each other on a regular. I think we have support with distributors as well. So we have distributors that are going to receive our product. So knowing that, you should let your local retailers know about it so that they can get it from their distributors. And we will be basically hosting events and offering like organized play prizes for TCG shops to kind of get them more involved in supporting the community. He's going through something called Card.io, and they basically they host, it's like a website that like hosts a lot of support for like retailers, and retailers can just sign up and be like, hey, I want to participate in this event, and they'll get like promo cards to support those events. So there's a lot of like work and thought that's going into it, like on our end, making sure that you guys have a community to interact with and like have homes too. So we're trying our best on our part, and you know, we do hope that you guys are able to conglomerate with one another.
Generally speaking, when it comes to VTubing fans, I tend to, well, I mean, from what I've seen, it seems to be quite it's usually quite difficult to arrange a lot of. Oh, is that new?
Yeah.
Is +7 if you're a Persona. Oh yeah, no, this is what I was talking about how a lot of the cards in the new set allow people to do a lot of just shifting between platform shenanigans. But yeah, Morlington's gonna love that card. Oh yeah, but yeah, as I was saying, it's quite difficult to get. It tends to be quite difficult to get people to all come together and like do one thing IRL. But
Yeah.
with something like TCGs, where the infrastructure for that kind of regular assembly already pretty much exists, it should be a bit more feasible. But also, oh yeah, Cats Are Cute asks, is there any chance of a digital version?
So, as of right now, we do have the tabletop simulator, which the community has been supporting and making additional mods and upgrades to, which we're really grateful for. In terms of like an official like standalone digital version, that's something that's been constantly on the table that we've been thinking about. We've been the answer is we're waiting to see what the reception and the demand is, which the bottom answer is we know there will be a demand, because obviously the theming in the community is all online. But it's one of those things where we need to figure out at what capacity or how it's structured, the digital version. And we've been talking to a lot of different people that are interested in like making it, right? We're trying to figure out, who do we go with to make this, and in what way do we want it to be made. So I know, like, for instance, Justin actually has his own digital team, and he's an option we also have an option with like Card.io has their own team to make it, and there's a couple of other options we've been looking at. So we're kind of taking our time in terms of like figuring out what's the best fit or what's the best like course of action for that route. But we do know that there is a demand for it. We're just kind of waiting to see in terms of like the reception of the game as a whole. But it is on our mind. So it is on our mind.
Yeah, no. I think even, I mean, in the interim period at least, I know for a fact that the tabletop mod has been, it's exponentially helped me get into the game. So if you do want to play a way of playing it online, I highly recommend just giving the tabletop mod a download, and then playing around with, you know, the different cards, different decks that are there already. Oh, this is another new card, is right? Cabbage voice pack. Card gains +1 influence for each card in your hand. Yeah, no. I was talking with Morlington about whether this would actually work well in the Tenma Balls deck, in terms of how decently it would work as a tempo card. Because thinking 5 for 14 is usually pretty decent, the upper curve, but yeah, no, this there's a lot of deck building speculation that I'm going to be doing after this stream.
If I am allowed to, so this is in reference to a voice pack that she did where she ate a cabbage, and apparently people that bought that voice pack, it also included a picture of the cabbage she ate. But the thing is, because that's behind a paywall, I don't know if it's okay for us to
okay, fair enough,
use the picture of the cabbage in the card.
Okay, that makes sense. That
would be kind of funny, but yeah.
I think I remember seeing a clip of her pitching the idea to Sakuna in the first place.
Yeah, she called Sakuna while he was driving.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, to add to what you were saying before, yeah, when we had just the base tabletop simulator, which is what the devs use to do the playtesting, and so we had that version, and then Wace actually went in and made like a quality of life version of our mod, and we're like, oh my god, thank you, like wow. And then people were playing on that for a while and learning on that, and it was really great. But one of the drawbacks was it was yet again just of the starter decks, and we really wanted to support more of the deck building and let your guys' creativity like run wild and free. But the problem was, like, we didn't really have the capacity for doing elaborate mod, like TTS mod builds, and we wanted something to be able to support that, but it was one of those things where it's just like we were already really busy, and we had mentioned that to the community. So we have like a Discord for the affiliates, and we had mentioned it. We're like, we really want to be able to let you guys deck build, but like we have no idea anybody of like that could do a mod to support that, because we even asked Waste, because Waste did the original quality of life mod, and Waste was just like, yeah, no, that's beyond their purview. And it's like, okay, that's fine, no worries, sorry. And you know, we kept trying to keep our scopes open of like, hey, we need to find somebody that can do this, and just by mentioning that in the affiliate Discord, saying like, hey, we're trying, we're keeping our eyes open, but it's something that we don't have the manpower to do it at the moment.
Mhm.
Just from mentioning that, like Hero was just like, I see, and they took time to like look into it, and then they went and made their support mod to do deck building, and it was just like, oh my god, like it's just really great to see the support that the community has, and we really do appreciate it. And so like anytime we like announce or reveal a card, Hero's always on top of it, and he'll like message my handler and be like, hey, I've seen these lists of cards, can we add it to the mod? And we're like, yeah, totally. Like anything that Hero asks, we're like, we support you, we got you. So we're really happy that he's pretty on top of it, and has been helping the growth of you guys, like just deck building and experimenting. So
Here has been an absolute godsend. Every time you guys have some sort of reveal, I'm just counting down for how long, until he adds them all in. Yeah.
I think a couple weeks ago, Hero asked if they could have one card, and yeah. We were super duper busy at the time that like my handler was just, and my handler also knew that like this would be coming out soon, like that they knew that if I got like early booster box, that I would not be able to resist, and I would just start revealing it to the world. Right. So she was just like, Hero, I want to give you this card, but come back to me in like 2 weeks. Like just come back to me in 2 weeks, as opposed to just giving you one card at a time. Just wait, just
drip feeding it to him.
Yeah. Because that would be a thing. Like he would ask like, oh, these 3 cards, I noticed these 3 cards, or here, these 4 cards. So like, yeah, I think you would notice anytime a new card was added, right? And be like, oh, hey, this and this. And then you guys would just start going ham experimenting with any of the new cards.
It's a perfect system, really.
slow drip. By the way, are you an affiliate?
I don't think so. I think I can't remember, because Morlington did send me the affiliate application link a few weeks back. I just had something I had something crop up at the time, which made me forget though. But yeah, I can fill out an affiliate form sometime after the stream.
Yeah, that's up to you. I just know that you're like shilling us hard, and if you guys want to support this armchair, he hasn't made an affiliate link, so that he's just like, this is a pure joy that he's shilling to you. Right?
The best shilling is done for free.
Yeah, he's not an affiliate yet, guys. He's shilling so hard. He's not an affiliate yet. Like, tell him to go get an affiliate link so that you can support his addiction. Okay? Support his addiction.
Yeah, no. I would be very happy to become an affiliate, but no, I when I say that I've been sucked into the game because I think it is genuinely some of the best fun I've had with a TCG in recent memory, I mean it, which is why I've been very keen to do stuff like this, talk about it, etc., and why I was very excited to be able to bring you on so that you could talk about what it was like behind the scenes to actually make this happen.
Yeah, I don't get out much, man.
We need to change that. We need to change that.
I kept saying like, oh, new year, I'll start streaming again, but then like there's just so many events that I get shipped out to, and then there's so much work that has to be done for the cards that like I prioritize doing work for the cards than streaming, and I really should be streaming, and I feel bad because I do have a community that like get really excited and happy when they see me stream because it means I haven't died in the kitchen. But like I feel bad because I'm just like, sometimes when I'm streaming, I'm like, I'm streaming when I could be working, and if I'm streaming, then people will criticize me for not working on the game, the friggin' TCG or things like that, and I'm just like, how can I possibly stream when I should be working on the cards and like, you know, like time that I don't know, time that I'm streaming is like time that I could be working on the cards, and there's always so much that needs to be done. But also at the same time, there's a lot that I do want to share with the community of the process. Like, I've always brainstormed that. I'm like, how can I do both at the same time?
Yeah.
How can I work on the cards and stream at the same time? And I'm like, what if I just have like a super small pixelated capture of my monitor so that people can see that I'm working on the game, but we just get to hang out and chill. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? Even if I make it super crunchy small, Zeal will find a way to like decode and depixelize the image and just like find all of the information and reveal it like instantly, which is funny to me in my head. I don't think he could actually do that, but like that's something where like Zeal, I could imagine Zeal just watching this stream and being like, enhance.
No, I absolutely, I know what you mean in terms of like the trying to juggle offline projects with wanting to stream is like it can be pretty difficult. But I mean, if you do end up streaming more often, I think it would be a pretty welcome change, because I know with with my community, I don't stream in like a week and all of a sudden they're all convinced that I hate them. But yeah, it's streaming is like it is a high like no other. And yeah.
Because of how long my gaps are in streaming, it makes me worry that like the next time I stream, nobody's gonna show up, but then people still consistently show up.
Goodness no,
like,
yeah.
I'm like, oh my god, thank you. Like, oh, I didn't die in the kitchen.
It's
you guys haven't forgot about me.
It's always a very
just...
Hush, guys. It's always a very pleasant surprise when you realize, oh shit, my community hasn't forgotten me. Like it sounds so stupid when you say it out loud, right? But you know, it's every time when you come back and there are people still there. It's a new, it's a very very assuring, affirming feeling whenever it happens. Is there just one more pack left in the booster box?
I think so.
All right, we're gonna.
Have you asked all of your questions? Make sure you ask all of your questions.
I think at this point,
any more questions?
I think that's all I had. Like all of the ones that I pre-prepared, we ran out of them like a while ago. So yeah, no, the rest has just been yeah, I mean,
just general yapping.
Just general yapping, I suppose. But I mean, I do want to see what's in that last pack.
I have a ton of other questions that other people have asked me.
Oh, really? Okay, sure. Yeah. If there's like anything that you would like to just, you know, talk about, you're more than welcome to do so.
Let me see. Let me look at Mollington's question.
Oh.
So he did. Why did you choose Faze Connect, which is what you did? His next one was, who does the research for the cards, or is it just yourself, or is there a team working on it? So I feel like through much of the conversation, it's quite apparent that it's just me and my handler, right? My handler and I. We do a lot of the research. I become part of the community and fall in love with the community, and like everybody becomes my Oshi to a certain point, right? There's just like only so many Oshis that one can have. I become like was it Crazy Ollie? She's just like everybody's her Oshi. That's me. That's so me. It takes a lot of time. and it takes a lot of deep diving. But it's very important to us that we are definitely trying to represent everybody involved. We try our best. What is this? Next one is why VTubers / a VTuber card game. You kind of asked that, but yeah, it's because I had previous TCG experience at a different cafe. This is the wording that I wrote specifically. Where is it? So to go on my structured writing for myself, because I'm such a disheveled mess when yapping, is VTubing has been a big part of my life for like the past 5, oh my god, it's been 5 or 6 years now.
Half a decade.
Like, yeah. Oh no, it's been so long now. Good. When I first discovered VTubers, like I actually never watched live streams before. I'm not really huge on watching live streams. I kind of prefer to listen to VODs or watch clips. It's kind of like background noise for me, or it helps me sleep. But I did acknowledge like the depth of connections that was like developed between VTubers and their communities. And then with Japanime games, like they specialize in anime and Japan inspired tabletop games. And as I mentioned, I worked on a TCG at my previous cafe, so it was kind of all fresh in my mind, and it just made sense to me when I pitched the game concept forward. Similar to how you can find your favorite Pokemon through pulling cards, kind of my original aspirations for the game was to provide another outlet of discoverability for VTubers, to eventually try to carry as many VTubers as possible that people can discover. Kind of like maybe have a content card that makes them laugh and they want to know more context by searching for that context, and then they may find like a new Oshi through that way, similar to like clips. So yeah, and that's kind of what happened with our artists, like I mentioned before. So yeah, you find your Oshi through clippable cards. Going back to that moment that I spoke about with the person that had the Oshi that they really were pushing and wanting to support, one of my goals was to have them join the game, and we did connect up with their manager, and we're still kind of in talks, but like, I if that person is out there, that person with like 100 canned badges is out there, just know that like I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you. I hope to see them again. I really do. I like if we get their Oshi signed on and we make the cards for them and things like that, I hope to see them again.
God, that would be such a beautiful full circle moment.
Yeah, I want to see, to be able to like capture what makes their Oshi is amazing to them, and just see them like have those cards, and I don't know, just be reminded about all the things that they love about their Oshi. So
I hope that happens. I hope you guys manage to make things pull through.
Yeah. Chairman, you're making us feel old.
That's it's comes with the territory. None of us are young, not anymore.
How do you know, like, you have to swap out a bed mattress? Is it like every 4 years or every 10 years or something like that? How often do you have to swap out an armchair?
Well, it depends on what you're doing with it, right? Like if you have like really if you fidget a lot, then you're probably going to have to swap it out like every half a decade. But if you're a relatively calm sitter, which should be fine.
A calm sitter. Don't sit with your peas dangling out of your pocket. Don't sit with, like,
exactly.
a bowl of chips
Yeah.
and crisps or whatever.
So long as you
don't have
only
cats.
use your furniture for like casual languor, you should be fine.
I think it also depends on like the material, but like, don't you have like couches that sag, right? If you're just like a perpetual couch potato, and then like the support, like the bottom support starts bowing, and it's no longer as firm as it used to be.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true. Well, it also depends on the fitness of the sitter, I suppose, relatively speaking. But yeah, no, it's.
So would you say you are still quite a firm armchair, or are you bowing?
Oh, that's a good question. I think for now I'm still relatively firm. Haven't needed to swap out any cushions or replace any like legs or anything, so it should be fine.
Also, I'm so sorry. Right after I said that, I felt utterly so rude for asking whether you bow or if you're firm. I felt so rude to ask an armchair. I'm so sorry. That felt so rude to ask an armchair.
It's alright. It's okay. That's not the worst thing I've ever. I once had somebody. I once had a VTuber I've spoken to tag me on Twitter. Because right after a stream where they played Chair Fucking Simulator. So that's not the worst surprise that I've ever had. But yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah, that was my reaction as well.
Let's see. Mollington's next question was, what makes Oshi Push special over other card games? I think we briefly glossed over this about like how it's not a battler, it's very theme heavy. Super duper themed heavy, and like it takes a lot of care, a lot of attention to detail was put into the game that like I really hope people really appreciate. We cared really strongly about like the gameplay and the talents like we were representing in the game. We definitely hope like a lot of like the amount of references sourced in the game like would bring those communities together, because they understand like the reference and or like inside jokes, like they feel like a part of it, right? That was kind of like, I feel like what makes us special as a card game is it's very community based, I think, or at least I hope, right? Like I don't know, it has a lot of the community in mind in terms of the building and the design of it. Okay, that was what Mollington asked, and then I had Wace ask me a couple of questions too, which were somewhat similar. That's the same question.
I like how a lot of us seem to be thinking along the same lines there.
It's a lot of the same questions, but also at the same time, it's a lot of the things that really doesn't get talked about, right? In terms of like what we market or what we talk about in our messaging or on social media. It's a lot of like marketing language or product and things like that.
Yeah, it's very product based.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things like that doesn't really get talked about. So like one of the things that I did notice in like comments for like other games is like it's a lot of the other games leverage the it's made by a VTuber for VTubers sort of thing, and I think one of the things that I saw being referenced to us, because we're associated with Japanime Games, we're considered like corpo, so people were instantly like quick to be like, oh, it's just a corporation trying to do a fast cash grab or something like that, easy cash grab. But because because I don't stream a lot, or I'm not super active and I'm too busy working in the back end, a lot of people actually don't know that this game really is also made by a VTuber, like for VTubers and VTuber community in mind. It's not just like a soulless corporation cash grab. Like, I've put a lot of like work and thought into it, and like being a part of the community, I kind of have a lot of that drive in me, for like every element that kind of goes into it, and how certain things are looked or designed, or kind of like some of the messaging or whatnot. So one of the things that like I try my best to do is like I tell my coworkers like, hey, this is the specific messaging that needs to happen, or hey, the community is on these platforms or whatnot. I think one big hurdle that I have is the tabletop brain of my workspace, my coworkers or whatever. They're all from the tabletop sphere, so a lot of the tabletop community use Facebook, and I don't use Facebook, and I know the VTubers are on Twitter.
Yes.
And I have to tell them like, hey, all of the marketing needs to go on Twitter. And like at a certain point in time, they were doing a lot of like marketing on Facebook, and I'm like, stop that. I'm like, stop that. Nobody's there. And like I have to do some of the posts on Twitter because like they're not used to posting on Twitter. Mind you, I hate posting on Twitter, but like,
Oh, that's understandable.
I understand. Yeah, I hate posting on Twitter, but like, I get it and I understand it, and like, I have to like, coach some of them, like, hey, it's not verified, but these are some Twitter superstitions that you should probably abide by, right?
Yes.
Some Twitter
the rituals that you must do.
The algorithm superstitions. And it's just like also weird for them, and it's just like
yeah. Twitter is among the most obtuse platforms to use, because at the same time it's only good for generating publicity and engagement, but it's also you're gonna need to do a lot of wizardry before you manage to nail the balance to actually leverage it to its full potential for that purpose. I am also going to say, since you brought up the whole thing about, you know, people not really being familiar, well, people viewing Japanime, you as a bit of an outsider when it comes to, you know, coming into the VTubing space and then trying to promote a TCG. I think that, to be candid, the decision that you guys made when it comes to making sure the game is actually fully capable of standing on its own 2 feet as a game, rather than focusing on promoting it, was definitely the correct one. Because if the alternative was to sell your game not on the merits of its gameplay, but on the identity or clout or whatever of its affiliates and promoters, that would have, I don't think it would have been at all the better option. So I think that even though in the short term maybe some may view Japanime and the rest of you guys as, you know, as outsiders potentially, I think that will ease with time.
Yeah, the gameplay was very important to us because obviously we are a board game company. It'd be kinda,
it's the bread and butter. Yeah.
Being a part of the community, it would be kind of weird to release something that's not playable.
Yeah, that would be a little weird.
and also having like previously worked on a smaller like independent TCG, I kind of got a chance to speak to a lot of TCG players. The ones that are like super serious, and I had a really quick impression that TCG players can be super duper critical.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I've had my experience of TCG players being like super duper critical, and like your TCG will not go anywhere if you don't impress upon them, if you don't make an interesting game that's like really functional, really balanced. Like there's a lot of analysis and like that goes into it, that like if you try to show a TCG player and it's just like it's mediocre or it doesn't like impress upon them, they are quick to judge, and then it's just like
They don't
you
forgive.
can't really.
There's no
Yeah, they
second
don't-
chance. Yeah.
Yeah, there's like no community that can be formed from that if that's their like quick judgment. So I knew from the get-go that like having a playable game that was interesting, that like could stand on its own and be interesting for people to play, but like that's where like I wanted like the level of strategy to be applicable, like the high ceiling. But I also didn't want it to be too overly complex, because I knew the demographic for VTubers were kind of like casuals, right? So it was a weird demand and ask for the dev team, that I wanted like, you know, low barrier of entry but really high ceiling, and they had to like do that balance for that. But it was something that like I knew was important, because it was another thing for getting into like TCG shops as well, that it needed to be like an actual competitive game. So there was a lot of like thoughts and feelings that went behind that, and making sure that it was a playable game. And there was a lot of times where like Boss Man would start like stressing for one reason or another because of like competitors, but like I would keep like reassuring him like, hey, we have like a notable name that's designing the game. The game is thematically like super aligned with the theming. I like what we have here. This is definitely really interesting, and you know, gotta have like faith and belief in what we've made. Because I think, what was it? I'm trying to remember. It was something like really small, where I think at a certain point it was kind of like a race to try to release, right?
To be like the first VTuber TCG out on the block or something.
Yeah, but like there were certain complications that like kept coming up, and it just wasn't going to happen. And anytime like something would release, it kind of stressed out my boss. And it was one of those things where it's just like, hey, we've got something good, don't worry about it, it's like it'll be fine. And I think it's been good so far, like from the conventions and things like that. It's been good, and the reception's been good. People have been really enjoying the game, so
yeah, it seems to be a recurring theme that's constantly developing and coming back in this industry, where it is a very fatal mistake to try and push yourself to do something just because a competitor is doing it, or push yourself to do something just so that you can get one over one of your competitors, because that in and of itself is not a strategy that holds any inherent merit. It doesn't guarantee that your product will be better. It doesn't guarantee people will stay around after the initial hype has died down. And I mean, the fact that Oshi Push didn't fall into that trap, I from the outside looking in, that does look like a very strong contributing factor in why it is again, a very playable product.
Yeah, despite all the delays, and I know that like frustrates a lot of people, like we really take a lot of care at like multiple steps of the way, trying to make sure that we have a good quality product, um, trying to make sure that like everything made sense, the spreadsheeting, numbers, distribution of things. We tried to make sure that we were kind of like involved every step of the way. So like even at one point in time, my boss went overseas to check out the factory, and he stayed over there for like a month and had like visited the factory, I think like 4 or 5 times at different periods to just kind of like check on different progress points of like sampling and like color matching and different foilings and things like that. And I think they're talking about like next month or something, either like going back again to do more like review checks on different factories. Something that we're considering is we tried out a new factory. So I think one misconception that people have is Japan Anime Games does have like a standard factory that they usually go with, but for the capacity of the TCG, we didn't use the standard factory. We actually did shop around and look at different factories, look at different like expertise and backgrounds of different factories. What have they worked on? Do they know what they're doing and things like that? And so it was kind of all new to us, working with a new factory, and the differences that lie with that, right? Because we're so used to the factory that we usually do for our stuff, but that factory didn't have the capacity that we needed. The rarity system we had was something that was way beyond their capacity because they were more manual in production. They didn't have enough foiling varieties for us, so we couldn't work with our standard factory that we're so used to and has usually done like a bunch of the other board games that we've made. We went with like a different factory that has experience doing a lot of other TCGs, but we kind of knew it would also be a gamble because we've heard that like their communication might not be the best, and that was something that was like really scary to us. But like they were, of the options we were looking at the time, they were the best ones, and they do a really good job of like their quality is really spot on. They've kind of understood a lot of everything we've needed. There was a couple of growing pains in terms of like trying to figure out how to give, like, how did they want the files, right? Because it's different from factory to factory. So it's like we're used to how the regular factory does it, but then like theirs was a little bit different, and they needed all of the files to be completely separated. So like if you consider like our library has like 166, and then there are certain cards that have foiling level layers, and then some cards that have hot stamping. The 166 now turns into 300, and some cards have different duplicates and parallels. That 300 now turns into 600 files that we need to organize, manage, and give to the factory, and make sure that they have all of the files aligned and that they are organized for each card, each specific card. And that's a lot of files.
That sounds like a nightmare.
That it was so much, and it was just like a lot of like organizing and trying to like go back and forth to make sure that the factory knew what files belonged where, making sure that like all of the files were rendered out correctly, because like when looking at like the digital proofs, if there was a card that like the print version was one way, but then like the file that was supposed to be the masking layer wasn't the right thing. That needed to be adjusted. And if the masking didn't cover certain areas, that needed to be adjusted. And when you have to check 600 files over and over again and make sure that they are all correct for the factory to receive, and like updating the print spec sheet, right, that has 600 like file information like listed out for them, and what kind of treatments different cards have. That's a lot of work that like doesn't really make it into Kickstarter updates, or at least the kinds that like we make, which is why like something I wanted to do was do like the devlogs, which are like little blog posts on the website. Every so often, if I have time, I want to continue making like explaining like what all goes into it, because those are things that don't really get to go in Kickstarter updates. But it's still something where it's just like, this is all things that kind of go into the process, and it's why certain things take longer than others, and it's because like we're constantly checking and triple checking, and if something has a revision, it always causes a delay, but we want things to go right. Like we could either be like, oh well, I didn't see that mistake, send it to print, or we take the time to try to correct it, and that adds like 2 weeks to production, because then we have to wait for the factory to do a revision or do an update and verify. So it's things like that where it's just like
Qualcomm
what can we
takes
do?
time.
Like we want everything to look good as possible, and like we're not perfect. You know, we're a small team, and everything looks good from like what I'm seeing, but I'm always still scared that like something could go awry, something could go amiss. There, for like the previous TCG that I worked on, one thing that I was terrified for this project was the previous TCG that I had worked on. The factory completely ignored our distribution and the rarity system. Yeah. So when we received the cards, half of the cards weren't even printed and put into the booster boxes. Half of the cards were missing. So half of the cards were like supposed to be common cards. So then they created this new arbitrary rarity system that didn't apply to the actual rarity system that were on the cards, because we had common cards that just flat out didn't exist and nobody was pulling, so they automatically became super rare, right? Holy. And that was something that like the previous TCG for like Another Life experienced, and that was something that like I had nightmares about for this project, and like I was stressing really 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 hard for this. And I had like a full week of is it nightless hours or restless hours? Like I stayed
sleep
up
or
till
something
like
along those lines.
yeah. Well, no. It was I spent a week staying up till like 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
going over the
jeez.
math. Yeah, I have a print spec spreadsheet where we were going over the math of the cards and the distribution and the different numbers, the print numbers, and making sure that math checked out, making sure that it worked for the retailer set and the god packs. Oh, the god packs. The math for the god packs was absolutely atrocious, and needing to make sure that math checked out and explaining what cards go into what slot was one of like the biggest thing that like I stayed up so many hours, so many like sleepless nights trying to double check with someone else the math for the distribution, and those are things that we don't really talk about. Those are things that like a lot of people don't really know, and I don't know if it's something that like who really openly talks about that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't really see. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. There's not really many chances that you would get in order to like bring that up and have that out.
Yeah, and but it's things that happen, and it's things that we do, or at least that I did, because it was really important to me, and I was like really dreadful about the distribution. I'm
Yeah.
happy that the distribution seems to make sense here.
Yeah.
Um,
Jeez, I could see why the experience you just described though would be like something that's like actually traumatizing.
Yeah, it was super duper traumatizing, and it was one of those things where actually at one point we did have a spreadsheet that came to us, and it was just like I took one look at it and I saw like 3 red flags, and I'm like, no, tell the factory this is wrong. Like, you know, it's one of those things where I'm just like, hey, this is wrong. And then we had to have a meeting with the factory, and it was like my first time having a meeting with the factory, because usually Ian's the one that's in charge of the production.
Mhm.
And I had to explain to them why the spreadsheet they gave us was incorrect, based off of the red flags that I saw, because it was kind of hard to figure out how they were understanding it.
Mhm.
And
Like, how do you make that
but
mistake?
it was things that like I just knew it was wrong based off of certain cards that they were printing, and the amount that they were printing. And I'm like, please print exactly as I have listed in the specs sheet, because that is the math. The math works out. That please, because there were some cards where they were guesstimating they weren't.
Oh,
it was
like they
yeah, there was
just
a card.
deviated from what they were told to do.
Yeah, there was a card type where it was just like they thought it should be printed more or
Oh,
less than the amount it was supposed to be, and I'm like, nope, that's definitely wrong.
please stop
Please,
improvising.
yeah, please revise this. But it was one of those things also where it was just like I was super nervous week by week, and I'm just like, oh god, please, I don't want a repeat of what happened in the past life, right? Like, I got isekai'd for a reason. This is supposed to be a new life, right?
Yeah. No, that's 100% understandable. Goodness. Okay. Yeah. No.
So we've been looking at like other factories as well. We're thinking to try to like because one of the things is we wanted a factory that would be our forever home factory for the TCG, because I think that's what a lot of other TCGs do to keep consistency in the print quality and things like that.
Yeah.
So we really wanted that forever home, although we're kind of wondering if maybe to make sure we keep on top of like production schedules, if we like bounce back and forth between like 2 different factories. So like factory 1 does like set 1s, 3 and 5, but factory 2 does like 2 and 4 and things like that. So that way it's like a little bit more regular production timeline.
Yeah.
But we're still kind of discussing that internally, what would be best for all of the future sets, because we want to do set 2 a little bit more smoothly, you know.
Yeah. You've had it sounds like you've been through a lot to get to where you are now.
Listen, I just want people to get the game and play the game and have fun. It's a long, arduous journey to get there. So I hope you guys enjoy the game. I hope you guys enjoy the game. That's all. That would be my biggest reward. That is literally that is literally like what I would find fulfillment in, is you guys enjoying the game, because you know a lot of time and work went into it, and you know I just like seeing you guys have fun. Zeal over here, like Zeal isn't even into VTubers, but they've been like watching the game throughout the course. What are these other questions? I know I went a huge tangent for that last
Oh no, that's perfectly fine.
These other questions are more specific to just streaming in general, like what exciting things do you have lined up for your channel? I
Oh
have no
yeah.
idea because my
Oh, okay.
streaming is so
Yeah,
inconsistent.
because
I have no idea.
I was going to ask, because like, since it was a pretty convenient sort of segue from what you were just saying, I was going to ask if you had anything like specific besides the set one that you wanted to, or even including set one that you wanted to plug.
Mhm. Sorry, re-say that question again. I zoned
Oh yeah,
out.
no problem. Do you have? Yeah, I was going to ask. Do you have anything that you wanted to plug?
For set one and or streaming.
Yeah, either.
Definitely be on the lookout for some social media announcements for some potential other streams that may or may not go on. Also, I know people are curious about what in the world the Nooking drop is on the newsletter or whatever. That's like it's a special collectible. If you like collectible cards and like pretty art, there's it's called the Push Folios, and essentially the idea for that, I think you guys have seen a couple of pictures. I don't remember. I don't know what's been announced, but it's fine. I'm the queen of spoilers. Is basically we have we have cards with really pretty beautiful art, and we really wanted to like highlight some of that. So there are certain cards that we wanted to give like full art, like specific like full art, not the 1.5 borderless that we've done. So like here's an example of like the 1.5 borderless. We wanted to have like super full art, very minimal iconography. It's supposed to still be like a playable card under the assumption that you know what the card does. I think Ian was saying that Magic does something similar where it's like the textless cards.
Yeah.
And this was also based off of like seeing another TCG have like portfolios that showcase the art and things like that. So for set one, we have it geared towards like honoring the talent specifically. So you have a push folio for every talent. So like Pippa will have a push folio that has like 4 cards that are like her full art cards, and so on and so forth. Eventually moving forward, we would like to definitely have more relations with artists and VTuber specific artists that like would want to do like a set of 4 cards, right? And then with those set of 4 cards, we make a push folio of the art cards that they've contributed, and we have a little blurb all about the artists that we've worked with. That's kind of like what I would like to do in the long run, to give nice shout outs to the artists that we work with. But for set one, we did it just for the VTubers, because I think when we were going through the art, we didn't have a lot of a lot of artists did like maybe 1 or 2 cards, and then like there wasn't a lot that did like a set of 4. So I think eventually moving forward, we'll be able to do that a lot more. But yeah, that's something that we wanted to do, because we're trying to like include everybody, right? So we have like the platforms where we want to get different like we want to be able to get like clippers or anybody else that like supports VTubers. We obviously have the VTubers with their contents and clips and things like that, and then like we want to get the community with like meme cards and things like that, and we want to be able to also support the artist by making the push folios that showcase the art that they've contributed to the game and made it wonderful. So that's something that we want to do eventually. And so for set one, that's like something that we are dropping to also kind of like pair or in celebration of like the the release of the game or whatever. Like it's the last final push before fulfillment and things like that. So yeah.
I am looking forward to that personally.
They're really, really pretty. Like they're super duper pretty. I don't have an image of the full art cards. I've seen them. My graphic designer has done a wonderful job with them. They look super duper pretty. So yeah.
Is there anything else that you would like to plug or anything? Well, I mean, is there anything that you're thinking of doing for stream at some point in the near future?
I don't know off the top of my head. It kind of depends on scheduling and what I'm doing. I know it's hard because I'm getting shipped to a lot of conventions right now.
Oh yeah, what's your next con appearance going to be?
Appearance in what way? Usually when I'm shipped to conventions, it's usually me stealth attending.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah. No, it's fine. So I'm being shipped to Gen Con is my next one. I'm being shipped to Gen Con, and then from there, I'm getting shipped to Otakon.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting shipped to Otakon, and then from there, I think it's VExpo. But also, I think before then is NDK, and then I think somewhere in there includes there's another one that's escaping my brain right now, but I know the last convention of the year for me is usually KomuraCon as well. So there's a lot of conventions, and hopefully I don't get sick again.
Yes, please no.
It's crazy how long like I'm taking to recover from the last time. Like I'm still having coughing fits, and I still, as you guys are like hearing throughout this stream, I keep losing my voice. My
con sickness is
voice,
no joke.
Yeah, my throat is just like it has not been repaired, and I just don't know what's going on or why it's taking so long. Because I had plans, like when I knew that we would be doing fulfillment soon, I literally was gonna do a little funny tirade where I was just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stream every week until fulfillment and like reveal a card as like a protest to like you better fulfill before I reveal every single card. I was gonna do streams like that where I would just stream once a week and just like yap and like reveal a card and then yap. But then I got sick and that didn't happen. So, you know, now you gotta deal with me unraveling cards. Yeah, no, being sick is terrible. I've taken so many vitamins since coming back from the last convention. I've taken so many vitamins. Why aren't I healed yet? How does one become better?
Yeah, no, when you're sick, you forget completely what being healthy feels like.
I know you're waiting for this.
I am.
You're waiting.
The anticipation.
It's gonna be the most boring cards ever. It's gonna be the most boring cards. You waited this long, and it's the most boring cards ever.
I mean, at this point, we've already seen. I mean, the two cards I was already like raring for were we already have foil Michan and foil 30ma. So
it's not good enough. It's not good enough. No, I mean it. So like, I got these 2 boxes, and then Ian got 2 boxes, and you know about the slot 11 card, right?
Yeah.
He nucking got a slot 11 card. He got a slot 11 card in his box, and I'm so upset. Granted, he said that he would bring it to Gen Con to give it to me, and
Aw.
I'm so happy. But listen, I'm so upset that he got a slot 11 card.
He's just the better
I
gambler.
cannot. He must be. He didn't even have streamer luck on his side. You know? How can that be? Damn it. No slot 11 card.
Aw. Oh, is this a new one as well?
This one is focus. Think about it. There you go.
Oh.
It is game flavor of the week.
Oh, this is the formalized art version.
Oh yeah. Let me see if I can find the beta version. This one was originally given to Minky, and Minky was having some troubles with it. Because this was so there you go. This was Minky's version.
Ah.
I still love Minky's version.
I missed the little Michi Among Us thing, yeah.
Yeah. I love Minky's version, but like Minky was just like, I don't know. Like Minky was never happy with the composition. They're like, I don't know. You should just give it to somebody else.
That makes that's understandable.
Yeah, but I still love Minky's version. You know? So it's good that it still exists in like the beta decks. And then we have this.
The onion rings.
It's good. Yeah. Yeah.
The sauce. Yeah.
DOS sauce. That would have been a nice.
Oh, that's the full completed art for continued gameplay.
Yeah.
What is the? Oh, okay. I was going to. I was wondering if they changed the game that was actually showing on the monitor in the background, but the same picture. Glad to see that.
Have you seen this one?
Is that? Oh yeah, no. That's. I think Mollington posted that on Twitter this morning. What's it? Sweet combo. Yeah, this is going to be crazy with Michiru weenie decks.
Weenie decks. A
Oh
lot of these,
yeah.
The artist really cooked with some of these outfits.
Oh yeah.
There's one that I was talking about before. I think it was in my previous poll. So that's a Michi one I could talk about too. And then where is it? Oh, here we go. Here's another one. Okay. So this one, the artist totally just like they cooked. They created their own thing. I think the prompt was originally telling them, "Hey, can you do like Elden Ring and her looking really cool?" And they totally just did their own thing, and they gave her this cooking new outfit. And I have no idea what these creatures have anything to do with Elden Ring. They don't. But they decided to pair that with her. And we're just like, yo, this looks really cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
And interestingly, like I'm realizing now, like her outfit's pretty revealing here. And this other card that we had for Michiru. So this one is the level 2 Naked Club.
Yeah.
There's actually a couple of different versions of this one because this one is supposed to be a direct reference to
It's her beating Morgoth, right?
Yeah. So it's like her Elden Ring playthrough reference. And in that one in the game, she had no armor and she was just like naked and not really wearing anything. And so like we gave the artist the exact outfit. We're like, hey, it needs to be in the Elden Ring, like no armor outfit. And they cooked with this. But then it took us a while to get this approved because we were faced with like, this might be too revealing, right? And so we did a couple of versions where like we added more bandages, we did more reps, we tried to do different versions of the cloth, and they all ended up not really looking really great.
Mhm.
So we ended up just reverting back to the original. And this ended up getting approved. So
And
this
thank
was
goodness for that.
interesting. Yeah, like yeah. Going back to the artist kind of cooking. So this is another interesting one. This one's called Sus Gameplay.
Oh.
Yeah, and so
Oh.
this is supposed to be in reference to NASA playing Among Us. And so we actually did give the artist like Among Us picture references, and like yeah, we did give him like Among Us picture references. I think one of the images was like a lot of the spacesuits, but like a more realistic spacesuit. But it was still Among Us fan art, right?
This is like,
And then they came back and they created this whole new like what is this? They saw she was a dragon and they just rolled with it and created their own spacesuit. And like when we saw this, we were like, it looks so good. Like, how can we tell them to derpify it up? Like, how can we tell them like, oh, you cook so hard? How about
it's like
reel back
Masterpiece
some
all over
spices?
again. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, oh, wait, you cooked too hard. Like, we wanted McDonald's. You gave us a 5 Michelin star. Wait a second, we ordered a McDonald's. You know, like it's one of those things where it's just like you can't return this back to the kitchen.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
just
yeah.
looks too good, you know.
Oh,
The artist got
that's so
inspired.
cool.
Yeah. But so you guys know, this was supposed to be Among Us. Among Us with HD graphics, I guess. How about have alternate designs for the same card? That's definitely something we could consider. That'd be really good. Eventually, I'd like to revisit a lot of the cards and like upgrade some more of the art if possible. Oh, I didn't even. I'm like going through this.
Ooh.
Focus. Think about your life choices. Think about your life choices. No? Yes? Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
This one. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Oh, burnt toast tart.
Burnt toast tart.
Oh, I haven't seen this one before. Campfire guitar.
Campfire guitar. Ooh. Focus. Think about your life choices. Focus. I can't. There we go.
Reduce the. What? That's insane. Okay.
It looks pretty though.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, that looks. Oh, that looks beautiful. Boil yellowfish.
The vein looks
Oh.
so good. Do you feel spoiled with your pulls?
I do. Oh. Yeah, no, I can't wait for Hero to add these into the mod.
He's probably gonna have to wait another 2 weeks before we can.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm willing to wait, but yeah, once that happens, it's Jover.
It's Jover. We need to get Mullington to message us about the tournament he's hosting.
Yes.
We want to support that.
I'll send him a message after this.
I feel like if we have if the talents like somehow get in and like get addicted to playing the game, I just wonder like do you think they could learn the game by themselves, or would we need somebody from the community to teach them? Like,
I think they're more than capable of learning it for themselves.
yeah, they learned mahjong.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like ancient Chinese gambling game. Like I think Oshi Push will be fine. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
when it comes to like finding like specific strategies and stuff, that's where I think maybe the amount of stuff that the community has already done would probably come in pretty handy. Just give a head start on that aspect of it. But yeah, no, I think the talents are more than capable of picking up the game in and of itself.
Someone messaged. Someone has to teach them.
We have very
What do you
different
mean?
opinions. Well, I mean, it
They're
depends. It depends
capable.
on the talent. It depends on the specific talent. I would say maybe the people who are like
Maybe.
really into TCGs, they'll probably pick it up pretty easily. But those who haven't played TCGs as much, they might require a. Well, I mean, assuming they'll enjoy it, then yeah, they'll probably need a little bit more of a nudge, I suppose.
You know, what would be funny is if the talents preferred to play each other's decks.
That would be very funny. Oh, imagine if Pippa is a. I can't imagine Pippa as a control player. Like I genuinely can't. Like it doesn't compute in my head.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I've been guessing at which members of Origin might gravitate towards each individual playstyle. But I'm very curious to see, if they end up picking up Oshi Push as like a game, and if so, what strats they may cook up on their own.
Oh, and something I want to mention, like, I know it was asked on my stream, but like, if you were curious about like the card thickness, the card quality, if you can hear this, like the flicking, like how sturdy it is. I don't know if you want me to desecrate Leah anymore by like giving her a good tear. If you want to see like the tear quality, I don't know if that's something you can perceive, the thickness, if I were to tear her anymore. I chewed her up, okay? So you guys know I did chew her up. Because chat asked me how it tastes, okay? If you want to know how it smells a bit of what did I say? It smells of
Cardboard.
it
Oh,
smells
it's
like
just a permanent marker or something.
a slight tinge of permanent marker with a little bit of new car, a little bit, yeah, a little bit of new car with like a permanent marker that was left open. That's what the box smells like. The card tastes like cardboard, and the ink coats the teeth quite well. For anybody that's curious out there, that's my review.
Bars and markers, everything you want in a well-balanced diet.
Please don't get your fiber supplement this way.
I'm eating cards.
Yeah. It's not recommended. I've actually seen somebody use a Vaporeon as a spoon before.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So...
That's you just know that's microplastics like waiting to.
Oh, do I have microplastics in my teeth now?
Let's hope not. Let's hope not.
Another thing I want to mention is I think the foils have an added film on them. So something the factory asked us is if we wanted the anti-scratch film. So I think you can kind of see there's like a very particular sheen. So there's like an anti-scratch film layer on top of it that we're hoping like protects the cards a little bit more. Hopefully that's like a good thing, but that's what the factory asked us, and we said yes. Anti-scratch sounds good. But I know in some areas, like some people don't like having additional layers onto cards. I think like more humid areas don't like foil because of the curling. So we're hoping that doesn't do that with the anti-scratch film. But yeah, just so you guys know, there's an anti-scratch film on it. I don't know what other cards have anti-scratch, but there you go. Eat cards get more fiber. No.
Eating Oshi Push cards will increase your IQ by 15%.
Is that where my brain cells went after watching the Leah
Like into the cardboard.
into the cardboard? Yeah, there you go. Do you feel satisfied?
I do. We've managed to go through an entire booster box of packs. And
how long did it take us?
That's like 5 yeah, 5 hours. 5 hours. My
I
chat
told
was
you.
my my chat was spamming like sauna time. That's do you know what that's a reference to on the channel?
What is that?
I
assumed, I think like in other streams that I've listened to, they made it sound like as if you have an Oshi, or like you time your streams to be able to.
Oh no, it's the opposite of that. I talked about an instance in the past of a company going down due to a CEO's incompetence, and this CEO famously, after the company failed, decided to write an entire blog post ranting about how he was the victim in all of this. And one of the lines that he included in the blog post was, initially when I came out with my idea of debuting 27 talents in 3 days, everyone on the internet told me I was stupid. It stressed me out so much that I had to go to a sauna and stay there for 5 hours to de-stress. I was like, my entire chat and I was just like, oh, boo-hoo, cry harder. But yeah, no, that's where the meme of sauna time came from. So now every time a stream goes to 5 hours, my chat just starts spamming it.
Oh, so your streams are perfect for enjoying in a sauna.
Yeah. Not that he would be very interested in that. I doubt, but yeah.
But if you're made of leather, I feel like saunas would be bad.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It would kill me, but yeah.
Although, did you know that you should lotion your leather chairs?
I did not know that.
I didn't.
Are you telling me
know
that people have been oiling up their chairs, like just to keep them fresh over the years?
So, the ones that take care of their couches do. But on a regular, I've never seen that happen, and I didn't even know that was a thing. But apparently, if you have leather chairs, and if you want to avoid the crackling and drying of the leather, like it has, like it gets cracks over time.
Moisturize it.
There is such a thing as couch leather moisturizer.
What?
Leather oil. See, cat. Leather oil.
I have never heard of that before. This is new. This is new to me.
So that means you're not an oily chair, and you're not.
Well, yeah, I'm. Yeah. Maybe I'll have to become one in order to stop myself from aging over the next like 5 years or so.
What's your secret to staying so youthful and plush? Oils. It puts the oils on the leather, or else it gets the hose again.
Now my chat's talking about oiling up. Okay, it's so over.
What is the most cursed meme your community has done of you?
Oh, a good question.
This is a community question, I guess, right? They got to answer it for you, or do you know? Do you know
I mean, yeah, I'll wait to see what they say. Because I'm trying to think. It's probably something feet related. Probably.
Why is it feet? You're an armchair.
Yeah, well, my chat, the name for my community, I call them the Footstools.
Oh, that's perfect. I was about to ask, like, has anybody photoshopped your chair image, and instead of the peg feet, they just replaced
like a human feet?
Yeah, like
oh.
So it's just like
thankfully, no one's thought
community,
to do that
get on it.
Oh.
Photoshop. Make it so.
Oh yeah.
Armchair with human feet.
Yeah, so my community's referencing an occasion where I read out some pretty cursed ASMR. Well, some pretty cursed copy pasta, basically. Glorified copy pasta.
You
But
read
yeah.
copy pasta to them, and you did it in an ASMR form.
Yeah, basically.
So would that make you an experience type?
That. Yeah, maybe. Couple experience, most likely.
You heard it here, guys. You heard it here. Couple experience.
I will be needing to end stream relatively soon because I'll need to run off to something in about an hour or so. But
Yeah, you need to go to a sauna.
yeah, yeah. I need to. I was about to say I need to get the leather lotion, but that sentence just it doesn't feel good. That sentence does not feel good.
So cursed.
Yeah.
Leather lotion.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. But thank you once again for well, actually, I want to thank Bernadette for reaching out and arranging this. And thank you for coming on and talking to me about all of this stuff. It's been really fascinating to get to take a peek behind the curtain in this way.
Yeah. Oh, never call my handler by her name.
Oh, sorry.
It's super cringe.
Oh, okay.
She's either known by B or the water cooler.
The what? Where does?
Yeah.
Sorry, just quick lore drop. Where does that come from?
So we have work Slack, right? We use Slack
Okay.
for our work communications, and her profile picture has always been a water cooler.
Oh, is there like a
And-
reason behind?
I believe she said so. It was like at one point in time, a weekly meeting happened, and boss man wasn't there yet. And so everybody was like joking because we all work remotely. We're like, we don't have a water cooler to just like talk around, sort of thing, like in an office space. And so I guess ever since then, she's just had the water cooler as her profile picture. And I think everybody's forgotten the context of it.
Oh. I see.
And so yeah, so like any new people that have joined since then, they are thoroughly convinced that she's just a water cooler
Yeah.
because like yeah, that's her profile picture, and there's like no depictions of her, so she's just the water cooler.
I'm glad I'm not the only object involved in the conversation.
I think even on my streams actually, so I have a picture in my cafe, my background, I have a picture of like coworkers, the team. Her picture is a water cooler. Oh no, wait. Never mind. Her picture's a fridge.
Oh, she's upgraded. I see.
That's a different story, but that's actually 2 levels like iceberg deep.
I
That's
see.
That's like 2 to 3 icebergs deep is asking for fridge lore reference.
I suppose we'll save that for the next time. We'll save that for the next time.
Yeah.
We get to have a chat. Oh, hi Mollington. Welcome. Well, you joined us during like the tail end. But yeah. There's so many new cards. There's so many new cards. There's so much to do in the mod whenever it gets updated next.
Yeah.
But
You can
yeah.
ask Zeal for the spreadsheet so that you could take a look
Oh
at the,
yeah.
Yeah, Zeal keeps track of all of the abilities. So check out Zeal's spreadsheet so that you could start planning ahead of time.
Will do.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, Morlington. Akiko has said that you should reach out to them to get some more support for the tournament that you're going to be
Yeah.
running.
Lord Mullington, what the heck? You're like organizing a tournament with the Clippers? Why didn't you reach out to us? We want to support your endeavor. Like, what? Come on. Give us the deets. You excited? What's going on? What? How can we help you? How can we support you? Let's go. And also, Armchair, what the heck? You're not an affiliate yet? You're just shilling for free? Oh my god.
I'll send an application form after the stream.
Ooh, me having to reprimand you guys so that we could support you guys.
It's very appreciated. It's very appreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, thanks again for coming on and having this chat with me. It was very enjoyable. It was very fun.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And,
I don't get out of the kitchen much, so.
I hope that we can have another chat about Oshi Push or anything else DCG related at some point in the future as well. Especially when Set 2 comes around, because I'm very, very curious about what that's going to look like. Hidden links.
Yeah, just hit me up. We're friends on Discord now, so you could totally poke me whenever. I don't know how often I'll be able to respond back, but definitely like poke me or poke B or whichever.
Will do.
Just let us know.
Will do. I'll be spending the rest of the next few minutes doing reading out super chats and memberships, so I won't continue to detain you for that. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you need to go, you should probably close because I'm really bad at ending conversations. I feel like I have to continue yapping. You have to either kick me out or like just start doing your thing.
All right.
So
no issue. I understand. I'm also bad at that. But it's okay.
If this is my cue to go, thank you so much, Footstools, for having me and listening to us yap and just open packs for 5 hours. Thank you so much. You guys are great, wonderful Footstools. Very supportive. The feet feel very relieved. Thank you, Armchair, for having me. It was great talking to you.
Likewise.
Would love to do it again. And I guess I will skedaddle out of here.
All right.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. Oops. Okay, I think I may have ended the call a little early. But in any case, allow me to switch over to the headhort screen while I bring up stream elements. Let me just catch up on what you guys have been sending me. I hope I managed to get through most of the questions that you guys were leaving in chat. Because I know that I tend to sort of go a little slower when I'm in the middle of a collab. Chairman, where? Alright, hold on. Sai! Is that... Thank you for the super, adding to the leather oil fund. Oh no, don't tell me this is gonna become a thing now. Alan, thank you for the super. This is funding for oiled up chairman. Lucurious, thank you for the gifted membership. Jackson A. Loper, thank you for the super chat. Zam, that waifu's halt. The blue head side too, I guess. This was in reference to PogChamp, if I'm remembering correctly. Orica's not a hag. She's still young. She's still a young'un. Chaos Smash, thank you for the super. Unfortunately, Capcom doesn't care for... Oh, wait, yeah, I read that out. Billy, thank you for the super chat. I don't play Oshi Push, but are there any cards with Pippa Tempest's feet? Oh, yeah, we already talked about that. Billy, thank you for the super chat. I think you forgot to send a message attached to that one. Rue, thank you for being a footstool for 2 months. Don't worry, I'll play in with this, mate, but... I really hope that at some point they manage to reach out to Moonshine. Yeah, I think that would be sick. Uruzuma, yeah, she does give off that vibe. Alan, thank you for being a footstool for an entire year. Holy shit, man. 1 year as a Footstool, woo, checking. Amen, brother, amen. There's a Leah feet card. Yeah, no, yeah, we were going through that a while back. Master N, thank you for the super. Thanks for the gorilla to make up for last Friday and hierarchy. No problem at all. But yeah, no, I wanted to squeeze in this quick little chat with Aki because I was very, again, I really wanted to be able to speak to the people responsible for creating this because they have made, well, yeah, the way that I described it when I spoke to her for the first time was magic and crack cocaine, which is absolutely what this feels like for me, and doubtless for Mollington as well. But yeah, thank you once again for tuning into this stream. Apologies if this is a little abrupt, but I do need to skedaddle. And I look forward to seeing all of you guys again this Friday for the Twitch moderation stream, where we will be doing a little bit of a 6-month performance review on whether what Dan Clancy was yapping about in patch notes in January of this year has actually held up. Spoiler alert, not really. But in any case, oh yeah, also, I don't know if you put a waiting room up for this yet, Mollington, but yeah, as per usual, I think this is going to become like I have a feeling this may become like a regular thing. This Saturday question mark. I will be I will be once again facing off against Mollington to hone my skills, so to speak, when it comes to the game. So if you want to tune in to see more Oshi Push gameplay, then head on over to Mollington's channel later on this week. And yeah, thank you for tuning into this stream. Let me find somebody to raid, actually, before I end stream. Hold on. We'll do later Sunday Oshi Push sessions. Let's go. I'm so glad that we're able to have like the regular sessions. I am going to send you. There's not really anybody who I'd usually raid. Okay. There doesn't seem to be anyone else that I would usually raid, so I'm probably just going to end stream here. Actually, hold on. Actually, before I end, Sumo Night. When did Pier say what it would that she what? Hold on, let me find that message. When did Pier say that she was? Hold on. I need to find this. I'll find it in the VOD. But you said something about Pier, like asking what it would be like to sit on an armchair. I don't remember seeing that. You're gonna have to point me to whichever stream I rated into where she said that. But yeah, no. That's I never thought I'd see the day. But in any case, one time we raid. Yeah, no, I remember raiding into her. I just didn't stick around. It's so fun being an object tuber, I'm not gonna lie. Being an object is so much fun sometimes. Alright. I'll probably just end stream here. But in any case, thank you for tuning in. I look forward to being able to speak to you guys later on this week. And yeah. Otsu chair.